Do you imagine in that scenario, and then somebody my size walks in to jump on the bed?
I think you would cause a premium price, though. Would you not? If the going rate for soaking is like $50 or so, you get to charge at least $100.
Yeah, they're like used to like 150-pound guys.
Like, this is a premium
and I walk
soaker.
in like, oh, Nelly.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The Super Soaker is back! Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, we are Afternoon Drive. It is a Football Friday. It is NFL Friday as we get you ready for Browns-Jets, MetLife Stadium on Sunday. A lot of people picking the Browns to lose this game, except, Vegas. However, we got plenty to get to. You heard the open there, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We also have, I don't know why I say also, Jake Murrin, also on the show, on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and also producing for us. We've got Flume Dog Millionaire, Mackenzie Flume, the previously known as the Big Cheese, on the 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you today?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those we'll see days.
That's okay. That's right? A good thing. Yeah, today's been a very weird day. Very weird day overall.
I would agree. It doesn't help my kids are out of school today, school in-service thing. Yeah,
because for some reason, every once a month they have 2 days off.
You know why I love it, though? Because Big Daddy gets to sleep in then.
That's nice.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me. Back in my day, Nick, we actually went to school.
I mean, yeah, but it was Illinois public school. What are we doing here?
I didn't go to Illinois public school.
Oh, look at that.
We definitely went to Catholic private school.
Look at that.
But it's
Emphasis
different.
on private.
Yeah, well, that's... Yeah, it's exactly the emphasis.
So private.
Well, the difference is, if you went to, it's different. Here in Cleveland, you have a lot of really good public schools that you can go to.
Yeah.
In Chicago,
I would say Northeast Ohio.
If you're in the suburbs, great, go to the public schools. If you're not, and I wasn't, you just don't go to the public schools there. You just don't.
Now,
it's just not a place for a guy like me.
Whether you went to public school, private school, super private school, just have privates. Make sure to like the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as we get rolling today. Let's get this going strong. Who are you more afraid of, Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor?
Yeah, because we don't even know, because Aaron Glenn's playing this stupid game of quarterback whack-a-mole.
No, it's brilliant. No.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be the difference.
Instead of us fearing one crappy quarterback on Sunday, I fear two
this is Jim Schwartz is he's losing sleep over Tyrod Taylor and Justin Fields and the decision that is going to shake the football world to its core.
He should be a little afraid of Justin Fields because Justin Fields, the Browns defense off the edges did get exposed last week. So Justin Fields is the one guy that just pulling the football down and taking off for a run.
I don't think he's that scared of Justin Fields. I think he's more scared of the idea that the offense is going to go 3-and-out a bunch, or if it does go 3-and-out, that the defense will once again be gassed by the third and fourth quarter like it typically gets.
I think it's the stylistic thing. So listen, the Browns should win. The Browns should win, and this should be a fun Sunday for us. Harken all the way back to Miami. But as iffy as Justin Fields is as a passer, and as iffy as their passing game is, Justin Fields on the ground could make Sunday uncomfortable if the Jets decide to exploit that matchup.
He ran for 6 total yards against the Steelers. I think we're okay. I think we're fine.
Yeah, we've gone a long way, right?
Yeah, but we've gone a long way from him proclaiming that he was a top 5 greatest running quarterback in NFL history.
That was just last year, I thought.
2 years ago. So the last 3 weeks, he ran for 19 yards, and 6 yards.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be stupid not to run against this Browns defense?
You can make an argument the Jets don't know what they're doing in general, but it seems like they also don't know what they're doing when it comes to letting Justin Fields run. And maybe
They've been saving him for this one.
Maybe part of the reason why Tyrod Taylor has been given opportunities is because of the lack of wheels. Actually, I got this inverted. I'm sorry. I apologize. I got this inverted because I flipped up the schedule. That was the Pittsburgh game to start the season. They ran for 6 yards. Last week, he actually ran for 0 yards.
Okay. So he didn't run.
They scored 39 points. He threw 32 passes. He didn't run for any yards last week.
This is the game. This is the game that they're going to do it.
It's not the game.
Why wouldn't this be the game? You saw how they got gashed on the edges last week?
Let's see. 31 yards, 22 yards, 31 yards, 26 yards. He had an 81-yarder against Miami. No, we know he can. Yeah. But I'm not. If I'm Jim Schwartz, I'm not letting this scare me.
Well, that would be the problem then. They catch you napping.
I'm not letting Justin Fields. I'm not letting Tyrod Taylor in any sort of way scare me when it comes to this game. You can't.
Okay,
you're the
but
defense.
what if you get torched by him? Then
I'm
eggs
not
on your
concerned.
face.
That's right. Then eggs on my face.
Yeah. If he goes off for 125 yards in this game and 3 touchdowns.
Aaron Glenn mastermind is what this would be. Are we dubbing that? You think the New York media would be like, oh, the gamemanship by Aaron Glenn. What a genius he was.
No, I think they'd be like, oh, they finally ran the ball. That felt like common sense.
Yeah, they don't do common sense, though.
That's fair.
Like, is the Browns week the week that they swerve into common sense?
It'd be funny if it was. Well, it wouldn't be funny in like the classical sense, but it would be amusing on some level that they finally came to their sense and were like, hey, Justin Fields is a really good running quarterback. We're going to run the ball with him.
I mean, that was still a banana land comment that he made. At the time when he made it, I think a lot of people thought he was actually veering towards that. But when he said he was top 5 all time, and in the league at that point, Josh Allen was going for 1 million yards. Jalen Hurts was going for 1 million yards. Still are, by the way. It was just a bold play by Justin Fields.
And his career's never recovered, some say.
I feel bad for Justin because I think he's better than what they did to him in Pittsburgh. I think he's better than what's currently going on with the Jets. I know he's better than what they did for him in Chicago, but he's going to need to have like a Sam Darnold 7 or 8 year into a right situation in order to actually be able to showcase that he can play football the way that I think we know he can.
So while the game will go on Sunday, and we'll get to that game today, obviously the big news yesterday, Paul DePodesta heading off to the sweet by and by, getting Rocky Mountain High. I'm just rhyming now. And that leaves the Browns without a chief strategy officer. I would like to point out, because there weren't a lot of people. There were a few people on Brown's Twitter that were really trying to polish a turd of the Paul DePodesta experience. And they said words like processes and verticals. And they said he really streamlined the processes and verticals. If you cannot tell me a single thing the guy did, you're smoking the hookah. Let's just be honest. If your things are, but he wanted Sean McDermott over Hugh Jackson. He didn't think Carson Wentz was a top 20 quarterback. All right. He's the engineer of the worst trade, one of the engineers of the worst trade in NFL history. And the Browns' record was 56-99-1. Results have to matter. All right? They just do. So I felt so validated today when I read the latest Ken Rosenthal piece, which basically was just taking a blowtorch to all the teams in baseball that are assuming incredible amounts of risk. The Giants for hiring the Tennessee Volunteers baseball coach. The Padres following up Mike Schilt with Craig Stammen. Like, all these things. Mm-hmm. And the number one thing he had was, what the hell are the Rockies doing with Paul DePodesta? And then let it slip, or rather reported, that Paul DePodesta wasn't choice number 1 for Colorado.
It wasn't choice number 1.
It wasn't choice number 2.
Not even number 2?
No, the choices number 1 and 2 were the assistant GM of the Cleveland Guardians and the assistant GM of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's right, Paul DePodesta, the old thought partner. All right? Just a great guy. Just egoless, right? The third choice of the Rockies. In his chosen sport, he was one of the 5 worst organizations' third choice. Math that, nerds.
Math that, nerds.
Yeah.
Is that worse when you take a job and you leave your current situation and it gets leaked out that you were third best as far as the options?
It's not great.
It's not great.
And also, by the way, the other options were like Theo Epstein and Dave Dombrowski. It was 2 guys who've never been a GM before in baseball.
And they offered it to the assistant GM of the Guardians? They offered it to him?
The writing was that those 2 guys passed.
They both passed on it. Why are they both passing on this job?
Because it's the Colorado Rockies job, and it's Dookie.
I guess I know, but you get to hire your manager. They spend money. They're going to, it's a bad job. It's not a great job. But, like, you think going from assistant GM to being GM, you almost take the first job you can get in that position.
I think this is why a lot of baseball, this is actually the smartest thing that I see in the Ivy League experience. I think the Guardians assistant GM realizes he has more power, not more power, he has more of a say.
More of a job security.
More job security, probably still pretty well paid to be the assistant GM, and that the assistant GM of the Guardians is a better job than the GM or president of baseball operations of the Rockies.
Do the Rockies think that they're pulling one over on DePodesta? What I mean by that is he's been out of baseball for so long, maybe he doesn't even know that we suck. Maybe he doesn't even understand that this is not a good job anymore. He thinks this is 10 years ago.
Paul came into the Browns in the midst of tanking. and help facilitate tanking. Maybe he's like Drake. He only wants to start at the bottom.
Oh, this is like confusing when Sashi Brown ended up with the Ravens, and it's like, no, they win games.
Yeah.
What do you no? Go back to the Wizards. Go back to what you know best. Browns into Washington. That's what you know. You don't know what to do with Baltimore.
Yeah.
They win games.
Paul, you lost 99 games in Cleveland in a decade. You can lose 120 games with the Rockies all in one season next year. And he just was like, yes. This is my sweet spot.
Bring that to me.
And then he just kind of did one of those hair things because he's got really nice curly hair, and he's kind of like, yeah.
I kept thinking all throughout the show yesterday, and then I never voiced it, but now's like as good a time as ever. How do you possibly think that you would be as in-depth in football knowledge and being the draft guy that he claimed to be, where sometimes he was sitting right next to Andrew Berry in that room, and his two roles at the end was supposedly draft guy and free agency? How can you be that in-depth into the football world and then also feel you're that in-depth into the baseball world? I don't think it's possible.
That was the funny thing.
I just don't think it's
possible. In the Rosenthal
possible.
article, it was, the game's changed a lot since DePodesta left. And I was like, well, he wasn't really good at being a GM a decade ago when he got fired, or ran out of baseball, but when he left baseball. So maybe the game changing, he'll actually be good at it now. Right?
He's not going to know any of the players, is he? Unless he was like legitimately trying to keep tabs on all of baseball while also keeping tabs on all of football. That would explain why he didn't do this job very well. Like if I'm Jimmy Haslam, explain that one to me.
I do like the idea of saying who's the sucker in this: the Rockies for taking our problem away from us, or Paul DePodesta for having to lead the Rockies.
Well, we're both the sucker.
That's true. It's a real Sophie's choice.
Yeah,
we've been off air. We've been all about real tough Sophie choices.
Yeah. And we gave Meredith a good one today.
And she would not answer.
Some would call it diabolical.
Diabolical. Say what you taste.
You turned him into a South Park character.
I don't know what you're saying. That's how they talk. 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. As always, like the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as you're watching us along there. If that's where you're taking us in today, it's a Football Friday. It's an F-Off Friday. We do have quick hits coming up at 2:40 today.
Yeah.
We've got, in the 3 o'clock hour, we're going to listen to some of what Myles Garrett said today. He was asked quite a bit in his media availability about the trade rumors and the Eagles with the Godfather 3 first-round offers. I think you're going to find his answers pretty interesting. Connor Rogers of NBC Sports joins us at 4:20. We'll talk about the quarterback class. Is it Mendoza or bust? Do we want Dante more? Aditi Kinkhabwala at CBS Sports. We got Darryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock. A loaded Friday show for you, but as we talk about Paul DePodesta, and it's not going to be the whole show today. Obviously, this was a bulk of yesterday's show, but there is a scenario at play. Can we say this? With the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
That might take you from very happy that Paul DePodesta is gone to feeling like there's no difference that Paul DePodesta is gone. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes. Very fair.
Is it? Would you consider what we're going to talk about? Because it may be very vague about this, so we can unveil it in about 5 minutes.
You're in fact so vague, I don't even know what you're going to talk about.
It's on the sheet.
I know. I'm just playing with you.
Oh, okay. All right. I was like, that would be... Is this Dustin here? Foxy, where are you, buddy? You steady?
Oh, there he is. He's been hiding the whole time underneath the table.
He forgot he wasn't supposed to be here. 216-474-0092. Is a promotion or firing more likely with Andrew Berry? Now it's no longer a secret. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my...
this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The first place to hear locker room reaction after every game.
With that, I'll take any questions.
Guaranteed. It's the official post-game show. Quarterbacked by Jeff Phelps. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on a Football Friday, back on an F-Off Friday. I will respect the DePodesta honks out there who talk about processes and verticals instead of wins and losses.
Yeah.
Who talk about buckets and things like that instead of did you draft good players and did you make the worst trade in NFL history? Yes or no? Instead of that, and instead of being like the Browns need to bring Paul DePodesta back, the new pivot that has happened since you and I went off the air is, well, this just means you don't have to fire Andrew Berry. You can move him to the chief strategy officer, promote somebody to be the GM, and now all of a sudden you got a real change here.
Did they galaxy brain this one a little bit too much, Nick?
I sure think, well, no, what they did was they continue to fall back on the reports of the time, which are, Paul just wanted to go with baseball.
But think about this for a second. When you are wanting to promote somebody else to a different position, that means you are admitting that you don't think they're good at the position you want to promote them away from. Not from a hiring standpoint. If I'm sitting in a job, I'm like, all right, I have my company on the line. I want to promote this person because I think they're really good. Like from a fan perspective, when you're trying to promote someone away from being a GM of a football team, Nick, you're trying to get them away. That's really it. That's all that is. But I think where it got mixed up is were people suggesting that they wanted to promote Andrew Berry as if like job well done?
Yes.
Because that's insanity to me.
Yes.
Like if you want to tell me, hey, listen, Haslam's never getting rid of him. Clearly, this means that Andrew Berry is the kingmaker inside Berea. He's the one that gets to call all the shots. He gets to do everything. So because of that, if we're never getting rid of him, maybe just maybe promote him up, get him to a spot where he doesn't actually touch football decisions, and then that'll be a good way to go about this. But that at least makes sense to me. But the other people, the people that are like, he's done such a good job, he needs to have his hands in everything else on top of the football decisions, that's where you lose.
Well, one spin, right? And the other is maybe reality, right? The spin is he's done such a good job. We trust him so much. We're going to give him we're going to elevate him. By the way, here's my problem with the whole idea. Guys, this is like, and I'm going to continue to go back to the Howie Roseman analogy. Howie Roseman got stuffed in a closet in Philadelphia a few times and emerged and toppled Andy Reid, Tom Heckert, among Joe Banner, Chip Kelly, before finally just getting the whole show.
Oh, yeah, Chip was the one that really did it. Chip is the one that put him in the closet down the hall. And like we joke like that, but it's legitimately what it was.
Well, no, but I think my point is, like if he's in the organization,
he was looked at as an idiot. Like I remember vividly because I listen to a lot of Philly sports talk radio. I go through cities where I just take in a lot of what they do. And at the time, I was listening to a lot of Philly sports talk radio, and people thought that Howie Roseman was an absolute buffoon.
Absolutely, and I'm just going to leave it right there because it's not the conversation we want to have. However, if Andrew Berry's in this organization, he's going to be involved in football in one way or another. Paul DePodesta allegedly wasn't, and we know for a fact he was involved in football. That's like that to me is the most disingenuous part of the, why are we mad about Paul DePodesta stuff, is he wasn't even involved in football. It's like he was involved in free agency. He was involved in drafts. You can't tell me he wasn't involved in the Deshaun thing. Why? Because you want to defend it? Okay. The organization made a trade. He was the highest ranking or second highest ranking guy in the organization. I'm going to say he was on board.
It's odd that he would just be conspicuously absent from that.
I think that's ultimately my problem with this idea of, well, Andrew wouldn't be making football decisions anymore. He'd be in charge of the salary cap, and he'd be in charge of this. And it's like, guys, he's going to hire one of his old cronies. You think he's going to be like, all right, I can't promote Glenn Cook or Cat Hickman. I'm going to bring John Dorsey in. No.
Oh, by the way, I got news on that.
What's that?
I talked to somebody that directly talked to John Dorsey yesterday, by the way.
Yeah.
The quote I got back on this one, and this person knows John, friends with John and everything. That ship has sailed. Yeah.
And did you respond? Can you ask him if he's sure? Yeah.
Yeah. Can you say pretty please? We all want you to not have said the ship has sailed. John Dorsey said he told my friend the ship has sailed. The Browns are not a thing for him.
So what if we give him another 0?
I know. I feel like no, but I think Dorsey knows and understands that he'll just never work for Haslam again. I think that's got to be the response out of that, right?
But here's my thinking.
My friend did not press the issue, by the way.
That's a problem. I worked in telemarketing just out of college. You got to get your 3 rebuttals in. If you don't get your 3 rebuttals in, you get dinged.
I don't know. I think my friend was just happy to get the text back. I mean, they're friends, but John's a busy guy these days.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Give me John's number. I'll get a yes.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna get a yes.
I was a closer. Yeah,
you're gonna get a yes.
Yeah, you understand. When I worked in that,
that's gonna be like,
business,
who is this? Who are you? What are you doing?
I'd be like, John, that's not we're focusing on you. All right, let's get down to brass tacks. What's the number?
Yeah, guy instantly texted John Dorsey yesterday after the news, and then he showed it to me this morning, the response and everything, and it was a very quick and emphatic. That ship has sailed.
Was there any other words around it?
No, it was that ship has sailed.
It's a very classy response.
Yeah.
I would have forced some other words in there.
Yeah, and you could tell my buddy was trying. He was definitely trying. But no, so John Dorsey's out of the picture.
But here's the thing.
We had to kill that dream, which is unfortunate because it's the only dream I have right now.
But here's the thing. To the Browns, we're not that dumb. That's the message here. If you think you can move Andrew Berry aside to it's an administrative role, he's about processes, and then you're going to hire Glenn Cook or Kat Hickman or one of the guys in the front office, and then we're going to be like, it's totally different. Guys, that's a totally different front office. Andrew Berry's not the GM anymore. This is what baseball's done, by the way. Mm-hmm. That's why, honestly, Paul DePodesta is now in an also unfireable job as president of baseball operations, because then he's going to hire a GM who's really an assistant GM, and then the assistant GMs are really going to be like assistant to the assistant of GMs.
We've seen Antonetti and Chernoff. That's their setup.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so, like this, you can't fool us with this, although I have a great feeling. What enraged me when I heard the idea of, wow, don't fire Andrew. He's such a good guy. Promote him. Huh? The thing that annoyed me so much about it was it's absolutely the kind of thing they would try and pull off.
Well, I really do think if people are going from that direction with the idea that Haslam just won't fire him and this is their way out, I understand that completely. But please do not take this as I need to give Andrew Berry more power, more authority, more to do in this organization, because he really hasn't done anything. One good draft potentially, and that isn't even for sure because we're 9 games into the whole thing. It's befuddling to me now.
What's befuddling is he traded for Deshaun Watson. In what other world, in what other organization would that not be an immediate grounds for dismissal?
Well, and then, again,
even if you delayed the fuse for a day.
Well, that's why I'm still holding out hope that, this was, that your read on it yesterday was that this was in fact a reflective nature of that. And I just wanted it to happen quicker was my response. I just wanted this thing to be more obvious that it was because of Deshaun.
Last year when we could have hired Mike Vrabel.
For me too. That was my point. But then the idea though is that it's all coming in due time. It's just Andrew Berry didn't want to make it obvious that this was you guys swung and missed on Deshaun Watson and this is why you're all fired. So he went and gave everybody this whole idea of they get this mulligan, they get time to get this right in an obvious lose-lose situation because they weren't going to win with the cap problems that we had and everything that accompanies that. And then here we are. And so this offseason, we'll get not only our pound of flesh, we'll get a clean house.
216-474-0092. Is a promotion or firing more likely with Andrew Berry? Let's go with Peter in Eastlake. Hello, Peter.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am ecstatic. I've been banging this drum for years. Like the late great John Adams, I've been banging this drum to fire DePodesta. And Nicky Dubs, you are 1,000% right. Well, we didn't know what he was doing, but the process is nothing related, nothing translated to wins on the field. So if you don't know what he does and he doesn't change anything in terms of product on the field, what does he do? Ship him out the door. I'm so glad he's gone. I don't think Barry is going to get a promotion. I don't think Stefanski's getting fired. Give me a little leeway, but I think they're going to get 2 more years at least. I don't think that they're going to go quarterback early in the draft. I think they're going to go O-line and wide receiver. They're going to do a QB in like the 3rd or 4th round. If you listen to the way Stefanski and the way Barry and the other GMs talk, it's always about data points. They didn't make any moves at the trade line. They did one thing at the trade deadline. They are going to start Gabriel for 2 more games or 3 more games, and then they're going to let Shedeur finish the season. That way they have an almost equal amount of games with all of the same offensive players, and then they will evaluate that, and whoever they like more is going to start. Whoever they don't like more is going to fight against whoever they draft. And then if it doesn't work out next year, which it probably won't, I don't expect them to be good next year either, then they'll draft a quarterback in the first round, and then that will be it. And I think they're going to get 2 more years, and then if it doesn't work out, bye-bye.
Peter, we appreciate you. Here's the thing. I understand that there's a chance, you, especially if you win this game on Sunday, there's a real chance your opportunities to get a top 3 pick this next year go the way of the dodo. And then you might, and I know we can say we got the picks, trade up for it. That might not actually happen. All 3 teams in the top 3, if there are 3 quarterbacks, probably going to need quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
Like, now getting back to it, when it comes down to the Browns and their plans, Haslam really has to really consider, even if we take a quarterback this offseason, even if we luck into a Fernando Mendoza or a Dante Moore, we just get in the right position, take the right guy. Mm-hmm. You're not just holding on to Kevin Stefanski for a year. You've got to hold on to him for at least 2 years, because the biggest mistake, and the Browns did this the first way with Baker Mayfield. The biggest mistake they made was the instability around Baker those first 2 years. That is death to a young quarterback.
So I guess the popular rebuttal right now would be what's happening in New England, right? Drake May did not have Mike Vrabel there last year. Gerard Mayo, he gets fired, and then they bring Drake May in, and then Drake May is still in year 2, and now he's off to the races. Like, it didn't hamper his development.
Yeah, it did for Justin Fields, though. It did for Baker Mayfield, though. We can just go through Tua Tagovailoa.
There's definitely a million examples on both sides of it is the point, but I think the current trend right now, if you're trying to convince yourself that you get to do this and then fire somebody, the current trend of what you'd point to is, well, Mike Vrabel got Drake May, and then he put Josh McDaniels as the OC, and Drake May's been awesome, and it didn't hinder him in any sort of way. And like, it's just the NFL works in what has happened most recent and what is more popular, and that is a very popular thought around league circles right now.
And I would need Jimmy to see past that. You're either bringing back Kevin Stefanski for the next 2 to 3 years, and if you can't guarantee that, he's gone. Same thing with Andrew Berry. Because if you're going to commit to a quarterback, and by the way, you sure as hell can't go, we're going to do another year of a bridge quarterback, and then 2027 Kevin can get his quarterback, because that's 2 more years. Like, I need Jimmy specifically to understand the different choose your own adventure here and operate based off logic instead of emotion, or instead of candidly a roll of lock Andrew Berry and Kevin
Another
Stefanski.
thing, by the way, going against that plot line that you laid out there, and just again, if we just look at how football is so reactionary and they're so like, what have you done lately? And we look at the trends towards what has currently happened, is also the idea with Ben Johnson in Chicago. That's year 2 with Caleb Williams as well. Brand new head coach, and this year he's averaging 100 yards more passing yards per game, 7 more points per game. Like, he looks much better, and it hasn't limited him in the slightest bit. The football world will fall into that category if they want to.
Yeah, but I think that's the point.
Yeah.
Is the NFL often chooses to dig into these trends when you actually use logic, are just stupid. Just because certain opportunities have worked out doesn't mean, especially for a year where, like, in fairness, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, they were all thought to be truly worthy of being top 3 picks. There's a chance that 3 quarterbacks go in the top 3 this year, and maybe one of them actually belong. 216-474-0092 is a promotion or firing more likely with Andrew Berry, and a huge Myles Garrett prediction in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Fox announced they have hired Drew Brees in his place. Listen to Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight, all of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've got a few funny responses on the idea of Andrew Berry getting promoted instead of fired, which is a nice way of being like, we still want to work with him, but we don't want fans to know we still want to work with him. I think it was the Cleveland saying if they promote AB, I will be done with the Browns. He needs fired now. And Radu saying that basically Lima got everybody worked up in a lather because of the idea of Berry getting promoted. It's funny. That was like it wasn't just Lima doing it, although I obviously heard Lima today, but I heard everybody espouse this theory. And by the way, the people pushing it, not Lima, the people pushing it tended to be DePodesta supporters.
The amount of DePodesta supporters is wild to me in this whole ordeal.
Do you think they mean
wild.
it? Or is it just...
I mean, I don't know why they... what do you mean by that?
Is it like a bit? Are they just being contrarian?
What do you get out of being that your bid? Some people do like to be contrarian, so I can never say no to...
I like to be a contrarian. I'm not enjoying that devil's advocate position.
I mean, I could put cancer's bad on Twitter, and I'd find people that argue against that. Like things that we know are obviously bad, they will go up against it. So
can you tweet that now? Because now I want to see...
Cancer is bad? Yeah. I promise you, if I put cancer is bad out there...
But just that. Cancer is bad.
Somebody would... Okay.
Well, I just want to see.
What do you think the results are going to be? Is it out of left field?
It's not a poll.
Is that I know?
I think if
we're going for responses.
Guys, cancer is so bad, and then we just see.
And then AC pops in. I agree. Go Cavs.
This goes back to the Gabriel Gobblers yesterday.
I really do think
we called
that's
for
the
Gabriel
astounding
Gobblers.
part about the Gabriel Gobblers is that like Dylan Gabriel is the only thing that everyone collectively is like. Yeah, man, this isn't good.
We had several people gobble for Dylan Gabriel yesterday
on the YouTube chat, and I think they just wanted to make you say gobbler. I'm not sure.
Brian with an I, remember?
And then every person, we've not had a phone call in the entire existence of Dylan Gabriel as a Brown. Not a single phone call where someone's called up and said, "I believe in Dylan Gabriel."
Right, that feels like hyperbole.
Take one. Not even hyperbole.
That's like your cancer take.
That's not even hyperbole. I don't know that we've had one.
I think we have had them.
The point is, I could say...
I just don't remember them because that was more than a week ago.
I've never had... I can't remember one, and maybe that's my problem, too. It was more than a week ago. I don't remember us ever taking a call where someone's been like, Dylan Gabriel's my guy. That's it.
Are you sure you haven't just forgotten it because you're part of the Shahive?
I don't think that's it either. I think, if anything, I would remember this person, this lone wolf of a human that would call in and support Dylan Gabriel to the point where I'd never forget their name.
All right, so we're tweeting, guys... Cancer is so bad.
It's too out of left field for me at this point. Why? Because all I am is sports guy on Twitter, and I don't even tweet about sports at this point.
You think people would be like, stick in your lane?
What's my last tweet outside of a retweet from the fan account? What's my last tweet?
You have the safest position in the history of positions and opinions, which is cancer is bad.
I know.
There will be no... It's not like you did a spit take.
I might get accused of engagement farming, aura farming, all of it. I don't even know. How much more farming can we get? But I might be accused of all of it.
You're a homesteader. You're an opinion homesteader.
I don't know. Listen.
I mean, don't make me throw it out.
I'll say it with my chest right here, right now. Cancer, bad.
It's not the same.
You're bad. But this is my platform.
Because this is a reasonable platform.
This is my platform.
Every platform you're on is your platform.
Why this is my platform and not Twitter.
You've got multiple platforms.
No. This is the platform I jive with for a reason.
You stack 3 platforms together, and now all of a sudden you're 5'7".
Only people that get to rebuttal are the people that call in through the phone lines, and then at that point I get to rebuttal back, and you don't get to just run from me. Every other platform, you can just say whatever you want and then just delete your account or run or whatever. I guess you could, in theory, hang up the phone.
You're going to get no heat for saying cancer is bad. Just so we're clear. There's going to be no heat.
That is the ultimate question, isn't it?
You might get end up working with the American Cancer Society because they're like, this Jonathan Peterlin guy.
Hold on, why won't you put it out there?
Because I didn't say it. You're the one that said cancer is bad. I could put it out there and get pushback.
I think I can pretty much say anything. I can tell you the sky is blue, and I'd get 75 reasons why the sky is not blue.
That's not as good as cancer. If you say cancer. guys, this cancer thing is really bad. And then somebody pushes back. You win.
Somebody might legitimately push back and be like, well, no, we kind of need cancer because we need to be able to fund hospitals. And that's a big money generator for the hospitals.
Until you tweet it.
Like there's that type of thinking that happens online and that discourse that happens online. They go so galaxy brain, they go so into the next level that it stops making sense. Kind of like this Andrew Barry discussion. It goes so far into the next level that it just stops making sense.
I just think right now we're in the theory part of this the scientific test here, and I'd like to get to a fact part of it. So you're the theorist, and I'd like to see it proven, absolutely false or absolutely positive.
Okay, you have a Twitter account. You tweet it out.
I didn't say it. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
You're like Meredith earlier. Don't live on the fence, Jonathan, all right? Stake a claim.
Hey, why don't you stand for something and tweet it out?
I do. I talked about cancel culture earlier today.
Oh, yeah, I saw that going over well. You responded like 7 times the same tweet.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Fun. Seth Walder, ESPN analyst, predicts that Myles Garrett will win the Defensive Player of the Year award this year, citing both traditional and analytical stats favor his game, despite the fact the Browns have a losing record. If the Browns were 6-2 instead of 2-6, can we use this to say that Myles would actually be in the MVP category of the conversation if the Browns were just winning? If you're so good that you're at 2-6, you're the defensive player of the defensive player of the year. I feel like 6-2 means you're MVP.
He would be. Yeah, I don't even think that's debatable at this point. Like I felt
like I really came up with something here. I was really proud of it. It's like your cancer thing. Like I really thought we were cooking with fire.
Wait, you came up with that if he was 6-2 that he'd be the MVP?
No, asking the question. Yeah, I thought that was a great question. I thought there'd be more discourse here, kind of like your cancer thing.
Oh, no. My cancer thing was a throwaway line.
I didn't feel like a throwaway.
Now we've spent like 7 minutes on it. You're going to make me tweet it a lot more. You're going to make me tweet it now,
I'm not going to make you do anything.
Well, you don't make me do anything.
Your conscience can take you wherever you want to go.
It's just too out of left field for me.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I said why.
I told you that's the end of the discussion there. Like it's too out of left field. There doesn't have to be anything because I think I already explained it, right?
I don't know. However,
do you think he's the MVP?
Yeah, I think if they're 6-2, I think who would be the starting quarterback? I don't know what those sounds were. Who would be the starting quarterback that would be more valuable? Like if the starting quarterback was Teddy Bridgewater and you were 6-2, everybody would be like, Teddy Bridgewater's a lucky man.
So Patrick Mahomes was leading the MVP voting last week before the games got played. It was like Patrick Mahomes. I think Daniel Jones was up in there as well. You can make an argument for a couple of these players.
See, Philip Maxwell, cancer is low-key frowned on. See, he's not afraid to say it in the chat.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Do you see what he's proving my point?
But no, he's agreeing with you. He's saying it's frowned upon.
Low-key?
Low-key, yeah.
Low-key tells me that's not even a definitive cancer is bad. Mine is cancer is bad. His is like cancer is low-key frowned upon, as if we low-key frown upon cancer.
Yeah, because you don't want to talk to it directly. You can't go it the whole way. Turn its fangs on you.
I think that's a point for me. I think I just won the whole discussion right there. So that our chat can't even agree that cancer is unequivocally bad.
But the
discourse saying it's low-key bad.
He said it isn't great.
You've read off,
which means it's bad.
You read cancer is low-key bad.
He's got a couple messages.
Well, I didn't read those. You didn't read those to me.
Well, I'm now giving more information with the benefit of new information. Revisionist history, right?
Okay, you're ridiculous.
Omaha!
I'm not even having fun with this, by the way.
I'm having a lot of fun.
Are you?
I'm really enjoying myself.
I'm not even having fun. I keep in my head just debating what would happen if I did actually tweet out cancer is bad. I think it's just too out of left field.
I say don't live in your fears. That's just me. I don't live in my fears.
All right. I mean, you got no chance of being fired over a cancer is bad tweet.
I would be really surprised if they did that.
That's that's
if anyone was pro-cancer, I'd be very concerned.
There's no chance I get fired.
Correct. Yeah.
Cancer is bad. Tweeted.
Look at that.
You better retweet that.
All right, you do your thing now because I'm in.
All right, Room with Dunze. It says his dad's shot at the Bears don't speak for me. After the win, James Odunze had reposted a message on social media that asked whether the Bears would, quote, trade Rome to a team that will actually throw to him, and another post that declared the receiver should, quote, should be seeing at least 10 targets per game. Mm-hmm. And so the response off this, Odunze, leading the Bears in targets, receptions, everything else, is the idea that he is he's basically just trying to make the case. My dad does not speak for me in this equation.
Yeah, what he should say is, my dad should shut up.
I kind of wish he would have, but it's not wrong of us to it is wrong in some sense, but when a parent or a loved one or a family member of a player tweets out, our instant reaction typically is, oh, this is how the player thinks.
So here's the thing. I would just, at some point you are responsible for instance, if a family member of mine tweeted or posted something and everybody knew who it was and they posted something really questionable, I would go to them and I'd be like, hey, knock that off. That's not great. Don't do that. Especially if it was like, I know for a fact Nick Wilson hates this person. I would be like, what are you doing? That impacts me. If the dad was just talking about other things, but no, Rome Odunze's dad is impacting him because he's got to walk into that locker room. He's got to walk into that situation. I also am over the sports dads. Like, guys, it's not your success. You did one thing right. You get lucky shot. Hey, man, nice shot. Good for you. Back all the way up. It's so funny. There's so many things I love about high school athletics, college athletics, just in general, sports. But these parents who take on their kids' success as their own and ingratiate themselves in, it's like, dude, just back up. It is not about you. And when you tweet it, you make it about you.
I feel like, and maybe it's just the world we live in because we just have social media and Instagram access and everything else like this, but like the Team Morants of the world are just, I feel like they're more present than we ever have seen them before.
Yeah, that's social media.
I mean, they're everywhere. Like, I shouldn't know Rome Odunze's dad. In no world should I understand that he even exists.
By the way, Ross saying, I was going to tweet some BS back at you about cancer being my sign and pretend to be offended. I can't, in good faith, make that joke. LOL. See?
It's a good man right there, Ross.
See?
But he thought about it.
If you just say see a bunch, eventually.
See?
See? Sauce Gardner's trade to the Colts reunites him with his college teammate Alec Pierce, and Sauce broke down how he heard of the trade through Alec Pierce and not the Jets GM.
Man, he was so happy. I think he called me before our GM called me. But like I said, I was laying down with my girl, so I wasn't picking the phone up at that time. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was about. But I kind of wish I would have answered the call.
All right. We all know. Sauce, we know I didn't pick up the phone, right?
They were
said I was laying down with my girl. You could have just said I was taking a nap. All right, you didn't have to be like, I was laying down with my girl.
Hey, he's not his guy. He didn't pause for
effect. But what I mean by that, media, is bonky, 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 bonky.
He's like, so I took some Blue Chew.
So I was listening to this fat guy in Cleveland.
and then all of a sudden.
And he's telling me about Blue Chew, and I was like, I can make her group chat really talk about it?
And then he actually just pulls out some Blue Chew, and it's like, this is his ad on the spot.
And my face is on the package. You'd be a great, and then do it.
You'd be a great spokesperson for that. We should pitch that to them. I'm sure they'd love that.
I just think it's ridiculous that he had to add the dude, like, I was laying down with my girl. You can even hear it in his voice. He wanted you to know. They were getting buck nasty, and he needed you to know.
I guess I never thought about if you trade a player, but then the player just doesn't answer. Do you just continue to break the news, or do you have to wait until the player gets the phone call?
Oh, no, you tried calling him.
You tried calling. That's all you can really do, I guess.
They chose Boom Boom Town over picking up the phone.
I know, but then the player does run the risk of having him find out on, I don't know, like Adam Schefter or something like that. It's a tough spot. Good for Sauce Gardner.
I mean, also, isn't he still dating Ice Spice?
Oh, so is he?
That's a twofer. We found out.
Is he?
That was as soon as March or May. One of those.
I know he's a big golfer. I do know that. I know he's a big golfer.
What does that have to do with
We're doing
with
Sauce
Ice
Gardner
Spice.
facts.
No, I
thought we were doing everything we know about Sauce Gardner.
He wasn't just saying.
I thought he was going to say he's on the golf course, but I thought he was going to say.
I don't think he was just saying. I think he was also saying it was with Ice Spice, who I believe is his girl.
They first met while filming an episode of LeBron's show The Shop in April of 2024. I don't get the Ice Spice thing. Can I just say that as well?
What don't you get about it?
I don't understand why she's famous. She's everywhere. She's in like Taylor Swift suites. She's in. I don't understand what she does or what.
She's
the
a singer.
oldest thing I'm gonna. Is she a singer?
And she twerks sometimes, if I remember correctly.
Is she? She must be popular on like TikTok or something. Is that what you're saying?
You are such an old. Good Lord. The Jonathan Peterlin I met a decade ago would kick
She's everywhere.
this Jonathan Peterlin's ass for being like, what's the deal with this spice and ice?
I'm a family. I'm a dad of two now. I'm a dad of two now.
Means you only listen to Genuine after they go to bed.
Genuine pony.
Bow. 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 I'm horny. The defense of Kevin Stefanski that actually is an attack. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
bothered a lot of fans because you are in the area. You're the one in the streets. You're the one at work. You're the one at the high school games. You're the one at the holiday parties and the weddings and the funerals complaining about the Browns. And he was never seemingly around, but he seemed to have some sort of power that nobody could explain.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with myself and Nick Wilson, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Connor Rogers, quarterback guru, coming up at 420, to all those who celebrate. Connor's coming up. We'll talk about Fernando Mendoza. We'll talk about Dante Moore. Well, I'm going to get, is Jaden Mayava sneaking up draft boards because he's on my quarterback Deadpool and I could really use a win right now. All that kind of stuff with Connor Rogers at 420. We do have Jets-Browns coming up on Sunday, but earlier this week, you made a comment that I think has people buzzing around the station, buzzing around town.
Okay.
Because not only did I hear Joe Bitonio, I believe it was yesterday, make sure to let everybody know Kevin Stefanski has no ego, and that's why Stefanski's willing to give up play calling.
Oh.
I thought that was very interesting.
That is interesting.
Ken, earlier this week, took umbrage with you saying that Kevin is egotistical.
Was he egotistical when he was forced to make Shedeur Sanders the backup? When he allowed that to happen? Was it, I want to know, was he egotistical when he made Ken
sense.
Dorsey the play caller? Was that egotistical? It was the same results. It was still not good. You can have a lot of problems with Kevin Stefanski. Hell, if there's anything, I don't think he's egotistical enough. Did Kevin really want Baker to go out there and play with a hurt arm? Did he want that to happen? He allowed it. Did he want to keep Jadeveon Clowney after Jadeveon Clowney made an ass out of himself in a postgame? Did he want to do that? I don't think he did. I don't see ego when it comes to Kevin. I don't understand this. Egotistical, it's just not one of the words that come to my mind when I think of Kevin. Sometimes I think maybe a little bit too meek. So wait, he's got a big ego because he just lets people walk over him?
Yeah, that's not a great defense. I do want to get to the idea.
It doesn't help out his cause at all, I'll tell you that.
So before we get to the last part of that, the last 5 seconds, your response to the general.
Well, we should let them actually like the real discussion kind of marinate the way that it should have, right?
Mm-hmm. Play the proper audio.
Yeah, but I hate doing this because we always do this with them. It's always like, why did you take the first part when the second part was the actual part that had substance to it and actually was going down the conversation that we were actually trying to have?
I think that's actually more of a them problem than an us problem. But I got
instead of just kind of, I don't know, just taking the first. I can see how it went down. Ken's like, hey, grab the part where Jonathan said something about Stefanski being egotistical, and then Mitch just grabbed the first time I said egotistical instead of having the whole conversation around. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, when it comes to Stefanski, yes, the point I've been making for a while is that he gives off this impression that he is meek as you described. He gives off this impression as if he's almost like a sacrificial lamb of sorts. He's just so innocent and he's so this. And I'm telling you, the man's got a bigger ego than a lot of people believe that he does. But I believe it in the context of when it comes to play calling. It's always been about the idea that he thinks he's Kyle Shanahan at this. When it comes to play calling and it comes to being able to figure out schemes and offensive maneuvering, that's where I think that Stefanski has a massive ego that nobody is really, or at least just myself, has been able to tap into and really been able to figure out and identify. Because if you look at his moves, he does everything as if he is Shanahan. The idea that you could win with lesser quarterbacks, all of these type of things. And so, yeah, there's ego there. But by the way, I never said ego was a bad thing.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. I mean, I remember Lima in the segment saying, but pretty much every NFL head coach has an ego.
I don't know how you could make it to that level and be as successful as any of those head coaches are and not have an ego. Yeah, by position of the job, you are one of 32 in a spot that thousands upon thousands would love to have.
Literally every human being has some semblance of an ego. So I guess, not to being hyper literal about this, listen, there are times where I've wondered if Kevin is a touch arrogant. I think he might be more stubborn than arrogant because once he's set on a course of action, unless it's running the ball, he doesn't come off it. But I think what's interesting is, like, to me, the most damning thing about Kevin Stefanski is what Ken said at the end, which is what people's greatest defense is. Like, he didn't really want Deshaun, but he went along with it. He would have loved to coach Baker again, but he went along with it. And he went along with this plan and this plan and that plan. It's, to me, it's the same thing as, well, we don't know what Paul DePodesta did here, or we just say things like processes and verticals, and he was really streamlining things, which means you don't know what he did. And that's the great ground fire for, can we fire a guy if we don't know what he did? Yes, he's the chief strategy officer, and they went 56-99-1. The strategy sucked. And when it comes to Kevin, I don't care if he went along with it or if he was the guy driving the cart. It happened, and he's the head coach. So if the thing is he needs more of an ego or more of a spine, it is not a defense of Kevin, no matter what the national media says. And in this way, I'm pointing that more at the national media than Ken.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's pretty simple. I feel like he thinks he's great at this, and if anything, it almost stamps down the idea that I don't think this was Stefanski saying, I'm going to give Tommy Rees the play calling. I think this was somebody else telling him, you're going to give Tommy Rees the play calling, because I believe there's no way Stefanski goes to bed at night thinking somebody that's never called plays at the NFL level can do this at a higher and better rate than he does. We just don't have enough history to suggest that he'd ever think that.
I didn't think
it was with Ken Dorsey either last year.
I just think it's funny that the organization that said this is not a big deal has made it a big deal the last 2 years by sidelining Kevin Stefanski. Now again, what's interesting is I think our read on it was Kevin very intelligently was like, this offense is going nowhere. Ken Dorsey's going to be fired at the end of the season regardless. Let's let him audition for the rest of the NFL, and I'll distance myself from the offense, right? And it worked. He kept his job. And then this year maybe falls more in line with, hey, Kevin, Tommy's calling the plays now. It could be flipped in reverse. Maybe last year was them forcing Kevin to distance himself, and which allowed, of course, Kevin to keep his job. Maybe they were doing it for Kevin. And then this year, it's Kevin. Whatever it is, though, guys, I don't believe both times Kevin, and it's just because he's a dear-hearted fellow, just decided, I think I'm going to do what's right for somebody else.
Yeah, I also think there's just so many more parts and more layers to Stefanski than I think people want to admit. I think people see that dear-hearted fellow, and I think that's the only thing they can think about Stefanski, when Stefanski just has a lot more to him. And by the way, I like the idea that he thinks that he's Shanahan, that he thinks that he's LaFleur, that he thinks that he's McVay, that he thinks that he's Kevin O'Connell. I wouldn't want him to have it any other way, Nick.
Yeah, I would just like to be successful.
I'd like to have him be successful while doing it too, but the idea that he's going to be a little delusional about where he stands within the ranks of everyone, I don't think that's a bad thing. So I don't know, the push off on that. If in fact Ken is right about this and I'm just flat out wrong, and he is just the most meek head coach to ever exist, and he's just very calm, and he in fact has zero ego, and he really doesn't believe in his play calling abilities at all, then congratulations. I guess you'll win, Ken. But you don't win anything as far as a head coach is concerned.
Yeah,
that's not somebody I would never hire a guy like that.
Yeah, I would rather a guy be arrogant or egotistical than meek. I'd
never hire a guy that's like, oh yeah, sure, of course, somebody that's only called plays at the college level can do this better than I can when I've been doing it for years on end, and it's my calling card.
But I think that's what's the interesting crux about moving forward. I've seen, and I've heard, other Browns fans speculate, well, they moved DePodesta out of the way because Jimmy's going to go big game hunting, big name hunting, and he wants to get a proven NFL head coach here, which, by the way, had one in the building last year. I digress. However, who's probably better than anything you're going to get this offseason. I digress. But you come down to it, it's like, okay, but are you going to look for another pushover head coach? Because if you're going for a big name, you didn't like Dan Campbell because he had a big personality and he wanted to run the ball. You didn't like Greg Williams because he told you what he thought the truth was and he had a massive ego. You didn't like that, and that's why he didn't get the job, and you gave it to Freddie freaking Kitchens, the dumbest decision ever. Like, you've gone from, I need a meek, even malleable. Freddie Kitchens was very malleable.
Yeah.
And then turns out his brain was mush with love.
Freddie
And
was
so, like,
confident. Freddie was he's just also an idiot.
Well, but like I think the point is
With
like,
love, I guess.
you got to with respect. But you get to the point where it's like, all right, man, if we're learning our lesson, then maybe the coach should have a bit of a spine, and that as much as we all want to work and get along, understand you go down the other route, you're probably going to get the kind of guy who does have an ego, and that. Neither are. I was going to say neither is bad. No. If a coach is a pushover, it's bad.
Name me the coach that we're describing as any sort of young or even now at this point middle-aged hotshot offensive guru that doesn't seem like he has an ego.
Todd Monken.
Yeah, right.
He just wants a head coaching job.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. And that's
Greg Roman.
And we all think a lot of Todd Monken, don't we?
Greg Roman and his Trent Baalke's, I guess, 25-year-old daughter will be tweeting crap at the Browns because she still hates Greg Roman.
And I don't blame her. You know what? I don't blame her. But like, it's just this is how this exists. And I think that he can present a lot of different ways. And I think that Stefanski, even away from football settings, might be something different than what he is in regards to football. But he cannot be as accomplished as he is and has been told for as long as he is how great he is when it comes to play calling and scheming and everything else. And just be like, oh, yeah, of course, other people can do this better than I can. Of course, I'm just going to be meek about it. Like, that's just not how people operate.
All right, this was unnecessary.
Okay,
tripping down the stairs on the 92 Through Then YouTube channel saying Kevin Stefanski thinking that he's on the level of Kyle Shanahan is a lot like Nick thinking that he looks like Jason Momoa. I'm not Polynesian, guys. I wouldn't think.
That's the only mix. That's the only miss here.
I'm more of a Ryan Reynolds kind of fella.
Is
right?
that it now?
Yeah, that's people say if I'd lost 200 pounds.
At least he didn't say Joey Roll.
It's implied. It was implied. 216-474-0092. Is it better if Kevin Stefanski has an ego or if he's a massive pushover? Which would you prefer? I think we know which one Ken would prefer. When we come back, though, Myles Garrett, media availability. He was given an opportunity to shoot down the trade deadline shenanigans for the Browns, with the Eagles potentially being willing to offer 3 first-rounders. You'll hear from Myles Garrett in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
attack on a truck driver last month. Fox announced they have hired Drew Brees in his place. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen in the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Connor Rogers coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk the big-name college quarterbacks. We'll also get his take on whether waiting till 2027 makes sense. Hate the idea every time I say it. Understand the idea behind it. Still hate every second of it. That being said, Myles Garrett speaking for the first time since the trade deadline earlier this week. And, of course, we had plenty of discussions over the last 2 weeks about potential Godfather offers for Myles. There was the report out of Philly, or by Charles Robinson on 102.5 The Game in Tennessee, that Philly would be offering potentially 3 first-rounders for Myles. And we had a lot of conversations around that. Well, this is the first time we've heard Myles since then. He was asked a plethora. So we've condensed about 2.5 minutes of his answers on the deadline with the questions. Here they go.
Did you have any conversation with Kevin or Andrew with the trade deadline approaching about, what direction they were looking at going into the deadline?
What direction? And my question stays the same. It was beginning of the year, end of the year. Are we still focused on winning? We're still trying to win. We're all still in line. So how we can figure that out, I'm all on board.
But you did have a conversation with them about that?
Yeah. I mean, it was that. And, they agreed. We still are in agreement on that. And, we got to go out there and get a win against the Jets at their place.
I know you have a no trade clause and all that kind of stuff, but did you know for sure that absolutely nothing was going to come about by the trade deadline?
I wasn't concerned with anything involving a trade with me or anybody else on this team. I was just focused on getting right, feeling better, getting my head in a better space after the week before, and trying to find a way to continue bringing it every week.
There was a rumor, though, I'm sorry, just to follow up on that really quickly. There was a rumor that the Eagles were willing to give up 3 first-round picks for you. And I saw Howie Roseman talking, and he didn't really throw water on that. So, if that was true, what does that say that a team would be willing to give up 3 first-round picks?
Again, that got nothing to do with me. What Howie and the Eagles choose to talk about and to talk to Andrew about. That is no concern until they bring me into the room. And until then, I'm focused on this team. But I haven't heard any of those talks. I don't beat into any of those talks. And, I have a team to help lead and help try to find a way to win every week and focus on the Jets.
Were you happy that Andrew didn't trade a bunch of guys from the locker room? He left the team as is and pretty much giving you guys an opportunity to turn this around together?
Yeah, I mean, he does that, then I think we all kind of look around and say we're kind of letting it go. We're falling into a rebuild instead of focus on this year and trying to find a way out of this hole that we dug ourselves. So he still believes that we can win. He's shown that we're sticking with these guys in this locker room and continue to be invested. So we're happy to still be together, and we got to make the most out of it.
All right, again, that was Myles Garrett earlier today. And if you've listened to Myles for the last, since 2017 for his press conferences, he gave you a lot there. There was a lot there. We'll start with, and I actually thought Daryl had a great follow-up, which basically, Myles' thesis on all of this is, he started by saying, are we still focused on winning? That's the conversations I've had with the Browns, because that's why I want to be here. And Daryl did a great job at the end there of asking, basically, did them not, trading anybody but the Tryon Shoyinka trade, would that have signaled to you if they had traded more guys that, winning is not the priority? And Myles was very honest. Myles was like, yeah, we would have looked around and understood what was going on, and that was signaling a rebuild, which makes you wonder, did the Browns not trade anybody else at the deadline because they're still trying to keep Miles as satiated as possible?
It could be a part of it. Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I think it's interesting that they have these ongoing conversations, and we've known this for a while with Miles, but he checks in with them, and he wants to make sure that everyone's on the same plan, and I don't think you're ever going to be able to keep Miles happy forever. So eventually you're just going to run into the same situation you've always run into with Miles.
Unless you win.
Yeah.
If you just win, if you're just competitive.
Where on the timeline is winning going to come from?
If you were to get, it's easy. If you got Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore and they immediately walk in and are a good starting quarterback, even if you go 7-10, I think Miles can look at that and go, well, we almost doubled our wins, whatever the win total is this year, and we got a young quarterback who we know we can win with.
Okay, I meant before for this year is what I was talking about. The conversation's not going to go away. But by the time we have another Miles wants to be traded to the Eagles conversation, you won't be able to answer that. Is the point?
Yeah. Well, and I think that's it. It feels like we just pivoted the questions about trading Miles right now, and again, very logical reasons why you wouldn't, including the cap hit and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like we did kick them. I don't want to say they passed the buck, but I think Andrew Berry probably knows there might be at least somewhat of a significant chance he's not here, and don't want to be the guy that traded for Deshaun Watson and traded Myles Garrett. Well, this might be the new GM's problem. That would be one way of reading. Yeah, sure, I could get the next GM, Wyatt Teller and David Njoku. I could get him picks for those guys. I could also get him picks for Myles Garrett, or I can see if I still have a job next year, and then we'll talk about that in March.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, it does actually strive towards the idea that the best thing for not only keeping this job, but maybe a new potential job down the horizon, is you try to win as many games as you possibly can.
Yeah.
There are some winnable games on this schedule, and if they end up going, I don't know, there's no number that's going to get them to be respectable, but if they end up with 6 or 7 wins at the end of the season with this roster the way that it's portrayed, maybe it looks better than what it initially looked as.
Do you think Miles is holding out hope that if they have to turn the page on Dillon in season, because I think there are Browns fans hoping maybe
that Shedeur just does it
2 games from now, and Shedeur sparks, and Shedeur's your Brock Purdy, and you take off and you win some games people didn't expect. I wonder if he's hoping for that.
I mean, we're all kind of hoping for that, aren't we?
I mean, I'm just hoping for wins. I don't care who's the quarterback.
But no, I mean, just in general, I think we're all just hoping for wins, right? And so if that's the way that because I don't think we're getting many with Dylan Gabriel on the horizon. So if that means Shedeur, if that means somebody they pull from the clouds, yeah. I now always think about Deshaun Watson. Would you be happy if Deshaun Watson gives you wins? Because you said it doesn't matter what the quarterback is. I think it does matter.
If Deshaun went 3-4 in 7, I think I'd still be pissed.
I think you would be, and that's why I want to make sure we understood
but any other quarterback on the planet can win games here. Brett Ratliff can come out of retirement, right? Eric Mangini's favorite developmental quarterback prospect. We could unretire Grandpa Whedon. He could win 1 game. I'd be like, we won 1 for the Gipper.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Deshaun, I'll be pissed. 216-474-0092. So to me, what's most interesting about this is he had 2 chances to strike down any desire to not be here.
Yeah.
He was asked, did you know 100% you were going to be here? And he said, I wasn't concerned about it. I wasn't thinking about it at all, which is not the only player. We heard Wyatt Teller say pretty much the same thing on the preview show earlier this week. I'm inclined to believe them because until somebody brings you something, in Miles' case with the no movement clause, until somebody comes to you and says, here's the trade, would you like to go there? What can you do? It's control the controllables. But he was then directly asked, and I think this one was another Mary Kay Cabot question. She had 2 great questions in there as well, but basically asking about the Eagles report. And he was like, it doesn't have anything to do with me until they bring me into the room.
Yeah.
Which, again, he could have just said, I heard that report. I wasn't going to Philly. I'm not, and by the way, I'm not saying he should have. I'm just saying, because whatever he says is whatever he says. I'm not going to bash Miles for a non-denial, but he had at least 2 or 3 chances in there to go, I don't want to go anywhere. I'm content because we're trying to win, and that's where my focus is. And instead, it was, I wasn't concerned. It wasn't on my mind. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to it.
Does that seem like the right play if you're Miles? If I was in Miles' situation, I feel like I would do something very similar.
Yeah, no, because you don't want to commit to something. That's fair.
I don't want to commit to something.
But I think it's more you and I hear it that way. I think it's important that Browns fans hear the non-denials because it doesn't mean Miles is trying to go anywhere. But it also means like he's told you what the expectations are.
He didn't do
if
the
this
Njoku.
turns into elongated rebuild, I think he's going to go back to that whole trade request thing.
Again, he didn't do the Njoku. He didn't do I'm not going anywhere, and please, I'm very happy to be
Same
here.
with
And
Wyatt
don't even
Teller. I want to finish my career
he
here.
He didn't do that, but I've never expected that from Miles, and that's because I wouldn't believe it if Miles had said that anyway.
Yeah,
I'm convinced we're going to be doing the same song and dance come February that we did last February. I think it's going to be. It feels almost inevitable that we're going to be doing Miles Garrett trade conversations once again. I hope. Beyond hope that there's something that happens the rest of the season that changes that perception or gets him into a spot where he's just cool being here. But we've just seen this for too long for me to think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I think there are two things at stake here. One, if you win down the stretch, and by win down the stretch, we're talking it's 9 games. If you go 4-5, that is winning down the stretch compared to what you did the first 8 games. That only lands you with 6 games or 6 wins, but you're playing 500 ball in the second half. I think Miles can take that, especially if Shador Dillon is the guy to pull the sword from the stone, as we're going in the right direction. And now we have 2 picks to kind of supplement the rest of the roster, right? So now if that doesn't happen, the other thing that I think could massively change this is, and this is the downside, for people who want Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski out, I would be very surprised if a new GM didn't walk in, look at this roster, look at the future, look at the lack of quarterback, look at the lack of weapons on offense, and go, yeah, we're rebuilding, and Miles is going to hear that R word and be like, cool, you can trade me now.
Yeah. I mean, it's on the table.
I think that's the most likely thing. I don't think a GM's going to come in unless it's part of the thing, unless Jimmy goes to the new GM and says, or head coach and saying, I'm not hiring you unless you keep Myles Garrett happy, which would be a wild play. I don't think any non-quarterback should get that kind of sway in the NFL. I think that's the third option that might.
Well, most GMs that'll come in here will have a lot of respect for Miles, obviously, but they're not going to have the same attachment that a lot of the fans will.
And
they'll look at
the fear that Andrew Berry does of his legacy being trading for Deshaun and trading
And there's going to be
Miles.
the simple answer will be the timelines don't add up. They'll go to exactly what Albert told us what would happen this last trade deadline, essentially, and the timelines don't add up. You're going to be 32, 33 years old by the time we want to be competitive. We got to get as much as we possibly can for you. Now, that is a hell of a way to start off being a new GM. Like, you have to be a solidified, awesome, previously GM in order to come in and do that, though.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think you can just be like a first-year GM and like if you're James Gladstone, 34-year-old in Jacksonville, imagine him showing up. Yeah, imagine him showing up, 34 years old, youngest GM in the NFL at that point, showing up and trading Myles Garrett right away. I think you'd have questions, Nick.
No, I think it would just take a set of brass ones. I think that's all. Because here's the thing: you and I know that. You and I talk a lot about how the NFL thinks, and that is from year to year, there are things that change. This is more important. This is more important. Maybe it's more football now. Maybe analytics is taking the lead. All those, or maybe like the analytical bend is taking more of a lead. Whatever. Like traditional football guys versus analytics. The tried and true thing is, I think most guys coming to a new job will say, "Hey, if I get the quarterback right, we're going to win. So what? That's all that matters." I think there is that. I think the philosophy in the NFL is anyone not named Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, maybe Justin Herbert, maybe Drake May right now. There's like 7 truly untradeable players in the NFL, and everybody else, it's just to just stick the landing on winning.
Yeah, but you're crazy until you're not, and I think if it's an unproven GM that comes in and does that, I think it'll be looked at in a very different way than if it's a proven GM that it gets this job, makes that move. If it's a proven GM, I think the response would be, oh, somebody finally sacked up. Somebody finally was able to do something that Andrew Berry wasn't able to do. The perceptions is different.
216-474-0092. Myles Garrett, you heard him talk about the trade deadline. There were quite a few non-denials. What do you take away from what you heard with Myles? And Donovan Mitchell comes to the defense of Jared Allen in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Ryan Day and the Buckeyes passed the test against Penn State, and the college football playoff rankings are out. Debate it all on Cleveland Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest of Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Connor Rogers talking top 5 quarterbacks. Please, Lord, let the Browns get a quarterback this offseason. Number 2 pick, number 1 pick, number 3 pick. Just let's get a real quarterback and let's start winning some damn games here. Now, it should be noted in the break, I neglected to get lunch, so I had to get something delivered. Not only did I drop a fry right in my, because I have a flannel, and I've got one button down today for the chat.
Yeah.
But dropped a fry right there mid-conversation with Mackenzie, which was in no way embarrassing.
Did anybody notice?
Yes. And me, Mac, and her noticed.
Okay.
You were the only one that
notice.
didn't.
Yeah.
And then now, thankfully, nobody noticed this. While she was doing her update, I was eating a piece of pizza and a piece of sausage dropped off and not just went down the chute. It was supporting something over here.
Yeah.
So we got a little grease on them. We got a little grease in the chest here. It's a good day is what I'm saying. It's a very sultry day.
How is this a good day? You're spilling things all over yourself.
That's like every day.
Okay.
Nice try, Fatty. Now, I do want to get to the Donovan defense of Jared in just a second. I thought this was an interesting question, though. A mediocre sports fan, that's not what I named him. That's what he is self-identifying on Twitter, saying, does Miles turn down a trade to the Bucs? This has long been, it was the same fear that I had with Wyatt Teller and with Njoku, because right now, the Bucs need an offensive line, and they need another couple pass catchers.
He's got to.
There was a huge, huge fear that I had of like, man, it really sucked to see one of those dudes go down there and like win a playoff game with Baker. I'd be happy for that, but it sucked for us.
No. The problem here is that Miles was too against Baker while Baker was here, and the infighting was too real for that to ever be the case.
Oh, I think he would do it.
No, if I was Andrew Berry or if I was Jimmy Haslam and that connection ended up happening, I wouldn't be able to continue existing. I would be so distraught at the idea that Miles was so and it seemed like Miles and Baker were so against each other and quabbled in such a way that they could then be like grouped up together. No. That's because the no trade clause.
What if they offer you 3 firsts?
Doesn't matter. The no trade clause by Miles.
3 firsts by Tampa?
Doesn't matter because the no trade clause by Miles lets Miles choose where he goes. So the 3 firsts, you can offer 7 firsts. It doesn't matter. Miles gets the final say. And so it's very important we remember this when we discuss about this in the future.
You think Miles wouldn't go with a franchise quarterback?
Miles does not care about the amount of first-round picks attached to anything.
Correct.
Miles already told everyone Baker's not a franchise quarterback.
Yeah,
so
that's
what would make this. But that's what would make this so. I'd be so mad about the whole ordeal. Is if Miles had a change of heart on Baker. The hell, you don't get a change of heart on Baker. You made clear your. Now you're making me mad.
I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just saying.
Why are you making me mad?
Jason Licht is one of the 3 GMs that I think has the cojones to offer
because of what
3 firsts.
The offer doesn't matter. The offer doesn't matter to Miles.
No. The offer matters to the Browns.
The team matters to Miles.
You have to pay the price to the Browns, and then Miles has to want to go there.
But Miles doesn't have to care about that. Miles only has to care about where the place is.
And he should want to go to Tampa. The NFC South is a place he could feast with all the slap-ass quarterbacks there.
There's too many hurtful things between the two of them for that to ever be true. That happens.
Money and an apology text go nowhere.
He's going to have better options. You got the Eagles. Every time we brought this up, it's been the Eagles, it's been the Lions, it's been the Bills, it's been all these really, really good teams.
You mean like a team that's made the playoffs in consecutive years?
Yes, they've made the playoffs in consecutive years.
They won a playoff game. Was that 2 years ago?
A playoff game, yes. You're acting like they're in the Super Bowl every year or the NFC title game.
You're acting like they're the Cleveland Browns.
No, I'm saying
Tampa Bay
if you're Miles,
it would be a place I think a lot of guys would want to go.
If you're Miles, no. The problem here is if you're Miles,
you just don't want him to go.
No.
You can't, I think
he
you would
said too
crash
many
out.
things. I might crash out. I'm crashing out now. He said too many things about him and Baker, and they've gone through. We personally went too many back and forths between the two of them for me to ever envision a scenario where he'd say that's the team for me. Now
he literally said, "I don't want to come back to Cleveland. I want to go win championships." And 6 weeks later, was like, "I'll take $40 million."
He's gonna have better options than Baker, though.
He's gonna have better options than the Cleveland Browns, and he still would have gotten $40 million.
No, I agree with that too. But Baker wasn't part of the equation in this. The Baker part of it is the part I can't let go. We went through too many Baker versus Miles. They're arguing in the locker room. They're feuding in the locker room. There's all sorts of post-game arguments and all this stuff.
This is what drives me crazy.
I don't think they can let this go.
By the way, those arguments happen in winning organizations. Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown will never dine together again. They're probably going to win the Super Bowl this year, or at least be in it.
Maybe I just lived it too much, and we all lived it too much, and it was omnipresent too much for me to ever go down that road.
Because it would be miserable to watch Miles and Baker.
They hated each other, man. They hated each other.
Yes, and time. If Baker can move on and grow up, I'm imagining Baker and Miles at the idea of just not being in Cleveland, meaning being in Tampa in a very winnable division. I mean, if you gave them Miles and Baker, I don't see a reason why any of the other teams in that division would win. I think would win the division in the next 5 years.
Because of the no trade clause, I think he's going to have better quarterback options, and he's going to choose a better quarterback option. If you told me this offseason Baker Mayfield is the best quarterback option that he gets, I'd be surprised.
I don't think it's the best. But I would equally be surprised if Miles, who's so conscientious of optics, again, stuck the landing on why he wanted to be traded perfectly, so much that at least half of Cleveland agreed with him and wanted to do right by Miles. Think about that. Wanted to trade an obvious Hall of Famer because we felt bad and how bad this organization has screwed him over. I think he understands you can't just be like, I'm only going to Philadelphia. Now, maybe the Bucs aren't on the team. I would imagine that he has a list of 5, 6, or 7 teams that he would okay a trade to.
I'd be shocked if the Bucs were one of them.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I would.
I'm not saying he definitively
too much animosity there.
No, it's 5 years in 4 years in the rear view.
He won that war. Part of the reason why I think there was such yes. Well, he won the war.
Did he win the war?
Well, that Baker's not on the team. Yes, that was the war. The war was one of them had to go essentially, and Baker being the one that had to go. That was Miles winning that war. It's how I always envisioned that.
So I understand. That I think that might have been the case. And I understand why you're saying what you're saying.
Think of the person you disliked the most 5 years ago in your life. And then think about if there's any other way, or any other chance to work with that person, or that person comes up again.
Is $40 million there?
You're probably... $40 million is everywhere. That's everywhere with Miles.
50 maybe?
$45 million, that's everywhere with Miles.
Well, no, but the point is the money helps. The money makes
the money exists also in the same breath with all the other quarterbacks.
My point is the money makes everything more palatable. If I'm making money that I made 5 years ago and working with someone I would hate...
But you get to choose to just work with somebody that you didn't hate and didn't have a relationship with, and you're going to always choose that.
I think 4 years is a long time, and I understand. By the way, I think you're right that they felt they had to make a choice between Baker and Miles, and inevitably, that's why they fail. Because they don't understand. You can just do the hard work. You can put two guys in a room. You can find common ground with real leadership. But I think this idea, honestly, the last place I want to see him in Tampa is Tampa. But I think Miles could feast in that division, get every stat he wanted, and I think Miles plus Baker has a real chance to win a championship in Tampa Bay.
Over his dead body.
Whose?
Miles. I don't think over his dead body.
I think.
And by the way, I think Baker would have a strong say in this too. I think Baker would also tell Jason White, that's not what I'm signing up for either.
Hey Jason, I don't want to trade for the best defensive player in the NFL.
It got deep with them, man. Like it got very personal with them.
Guys come back
it was
all the time. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Real thing.
Guys come back from this kind of stuff all the time, though. And like to me, it's just like, and I don't know if Todd Bowles is the right guy or if Jason Licht is the right guy, but like leadership helps. Like having, and again, like. The difference between Baker getting traded and Baker not getting traded in 2022, I think, is whether you have a true leader of men in that room or not. Because all that crap could have been absolutely mitigated by leadership bringing those guys together. And I think the fact that 4 years have gone on, the situation's different.
Well, that's part of the problem with
I think
that old
Baker's
crew.
proven himself in a way.
That old crew, they kind of let everyone just kind of like choose their own sides, and then they just let everything just kind of go as if it was like a free for all, and everyone just got to. It was really poorly run. In looking back on it, it's poorly run now, but it was poorly run then too. Like they would let all these bickerings and these feuds, and they wouldn't do what you're saying. They wouldn't sit them down and be like, "You're going to be better than this. You need to work this out."
Also,
they didn't do those things.
Also, they just didn't. Jadeveon Clowney decided he only wanted to play on third downs against the Ravens, and then didn't cut his ass immediately.
Well, also then going in, post game temper tantrums essentially is what it turned out to be, and just kind of letting that allow. They let everyone do everything there.
Clowney is the Kirk Cousins of edge rushers.
It was the wild, wild west. He got almost 10 sacks the one year with us.
Yeah. Almost.
It was almost
216.
It was 9. I think it was 9.
0092. Good for you, Jadeveon. Thanks for ruining the culture, buddy. Myles Garrett to Tampa. Is that the worst case scenario if the Browns were to try to move on, or rather Myles was to try to move on from the Browns this offseason? And when we come back, the latest on Shedeur Sanders on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogut.
I got something I got to get off my chest about a sport you probably don't care about, but it's going to happen.
And there's another sport you probably don't care about. Cosmic bowling, the day it died for Anthony Lima.
I promise you're going to care about all these things that we say you're not going to care about. On the emerging podcast scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I'm horny! Connor Rogers coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on a football Friday, on an F-off Friday. Notice we've not talked a lot about this game because they better win it.
Just better win.
It really is. In terms of the game, the Browns have the edge. Vegas, it was either 2 or 2.5 points the last time I checked. And on the road, I understand that the Browns have road bugaboos, which...
They lost 12 straight.
If that's why and I think they've lost 9 straight against the spread as well. So if you're just looking at it and going, well, they're just not good on the road, no. You should win this game.
We are down to 1.5 as the spread. It has moved. It opened at 2.5. We are down to 1.5.
It moved.
Over under in this game, 37.5 for those keeping score at home. Vegas really, really stops at about 35 or so, with 37.5. I mean, it's easily going to be the lowest over-under total of the week, I would imagine. And they
are you tempted to bet the over?
Well, at 35 is where they really draw the line, and they don't really go under 35. It's very, very rare, but that's like the tempting point. And I would imagine if it keeps creeping lower and lower. In fact, 37.5. We're basically there. I'm getting tempted.
Tempted.
But I don't know how it's going to happen. Is the other part of this?
Now, we did find out today that Shedeur Sanders will be the backup. He will be active on Saturday. On Sunday. How you feeling? Feeling good?
I feel fine. Do I need to do a spit take or something? I feel fine.
But that direction.
Yeah, that's the direction. We don't make those jokes yet. But
we just did.
So Ken's take was that he'd be inactive, or he was fine with him being inactive?
I think he wanted him to be inactive.
He wanted him to be inactive. Why?
Now we're doing what the morning show does. I think this is what they said.
All the videos suggest that he looks good. The team is telling you now that he is fine and cleared. He should be active.
I still just don't believe that.
Now, personally, I don't really care one way or another if he's active or inactive, because I don't want his first start to be, or his first debut coming after a halftime benching.
You don't want him against the Jets? Against this defense?
All right, let me take that back for a second. This might be the only time I will be perfectly cool.
You don't want him against the Ravens next week.
Yeah, with it being like, hey, halftime, it's not going very well. Dylan, you're out. Shedeur in. And I feel like Shedeur will still have the same opportunities as other weeks.
So we did have, on the midday show today, Josh Booty. Remember him? All the spectacular Booties out there. Josh, John David, Abram Booty, General Booty.
Jake.
Duty Booty, all the Booties. I'm horny. We're part of the Booty football dynasty. And Josh Booty, he was on Baskin Phelps today and talked about the competition between Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Dylan was like, wow, I wonder why they would draft a guy to be in the quarterback room right after they drafted him. So, I mean, looking over your shoulder a little bit, and then the media, of course, glorifies, of course, the Shedeur draft pick, and his status in the national spotlight stuff. I mean, all that. It's got to be hard on Dylan, and then Shedeur's got to go prove himself too, because they're not paying him as much. He was a guy that maybe should have been drafted early, and people didn't want to jump in there on him. So, I mean, it's tough for both of them, to be honest. Shedeur's not going to get the reps, and Dylan is a good hand. He's a gamer. We all know that. He's like a little Steve Young type of guy, player. He plays hard, scrappy. I hate that both of them are having to kind of deal with each other in the locker room, and that's a tough situation, man, because unless they have a good friendship, it's going to be rough every day in there, because they're both just going for it.
I mean, come on, I've thought a lot of players before with the Dylan Gabriel.
No, they're both.
I've never once thought Steve Young.
Yeah, but like a miniature.
Yeah, like a mini Steve Young.
I've got a couple of those mini helmets from Rydell.
Yeah,
like a mini helmet of like a real helmet.
Yeah. I got a mini version of Secretariat too. It's called a pony.
Andrew?
Yeah, that was silly of you. That was very silly.
Now, we got to stop doing this crap. With respect to Josh, who I know played in the NFL, played in minor league baseball as well, we got to stop doing this crap. I understand that there are more advantageous quarterback rooms to be in. right? Like when we had Baker. It was you're going to give him Baker, and then you give Baker another Texas guy. Case Keenum's going to be the backup. Then you'll probably have like a guy on the practice squad or somebody that was in camp with you in case you need to go to him. And so the idea is he doesn't have to worry about being pushed. He can just worry about being the best version of himself. Even that doesn't work out. Like, I just continue to come back to this idea of I don't give a rip if it's fair or if Dylan or Shedeur feel some sort of way about this quarterback room. No, if you don't like it, put the work in and go play well, and the other guy will go away.
Yeah.
This idea that there's a fair or there's a right way the Browns could have done this. Listen, should the Browns have done a 4-way quarterback battle, which we really know is just a 3-way quarterback battle plus Shedeur? No, they did not stick the landing on that. To this point, the whole thing has failed, and it's failed just as badly as you thought it might fail. Actually, that's not true because you actually have won 2 games. But to get back to it, Dylan's got to really feel it. Who gives a rip? And I don't mean that personally to Dylan, and I don't mean it personally to Shedeur. You do not have to coddle these guys.
It's just life in the
professionals.
NFL. Yeah, it's life in the NFL at this point, Nick. Like, that's it. When you're given the opportunity, and I've told this to him, if I told this to one Shedeur fan, I feel like I've told it to 1 million Shedeur fans. Like, part of what I agree with in the Shedeur discourse is that the situation doesn't get to be the discussion. It never has been. Even in Colorado, it was always like, oh, he's got a poor offensive line and he's got a poor that. But any Colorado fan I talked to was like, we didn't make excuses for that because he never made excuses for that. Well, that's got to be part of the story here too.
I think the other part of the story that we have to address here, and I think you might have said something like this when I was out earlier this week, but the deeper we get into this, unless a quarterback, the Browns are in a position to draft a quarterback, or multiple quarterbacks establish themselves in the NFL draft conversation, or a veteran that people would actually want to go to becomes available, we have to deal with the idea of, like, I think we all thought, well, Dylan and Shedeur this year, and then we'll see in 2026. Now it feels like, well, Dylan versus Shedeur actually feels like who's going to be the starter next year?
Yeah.
Unless you get lucky. Like, it's no longer the plan of we got to find that quarterback in 2026. It now feels like, well, which one of these guys plays best is going to get the crack next year. The other guy will be the backup. Maybe you draft another guy in the mid rounds, and then you find your quarterback in 2027, which sounds like hell to me, by the way.
But it might be where we're going. I mean, the difference between the 2026 and 2027 quarterback drafts right now seem pretty drastic. But also on top of that, the 2026 quarterback class, maybe you take a guy and maybe that guy just sits for 6 or 7 games, does the Drake May like he did in New England. That's on the table as well. All of this is on the table. You have to squeeze more out of a 3rd and a 5th round pick, though. You can't have it be the competition was Dylan versus Shedeur, and then next year we're just going to act like both of these quarterbacks don't exist.
Well, no, they'll still be here because I think that's crucial. If they did,
you have to get something out of them.
What do you mean?
Even from a backup quarterback standpoint.
Well, isn't that I think the plan with Dylan?
I'm agreeing with you. Is the point?
Because I think Shedeur's the one you're not going to get something out of. I think he's the guy that if he's not the starter next year, could just be gone.
If that's what it ends up being, that's what it ends up being. But the point is that you have to find the value in there somewhere between the 3rd and the 5th round pick. You can't just say we took these guys and then just throw them away as if they're days-old Chinese food. You have to actually do something with these guys. And if that ends up being you start 4 or 5 games, instead of going out there in free agency and getting a stopgap quarterback before you then throw the 2026 quarterback out there, then great. But you got to use these guys, and you got to find a way to use these guys.
I just think the kind of like when we talked earlier about Miles and, are they going to trade Miles, this, that, and the other? Is March the new deadline or whatever? I think the ultimate wild card is if Barry and Stefanski aren't here. Because if Barry and Stefanski aren't here...
Well, then the gloves are off.
Well, then neither guy might be here.
Well, again, the gloves are off. Like the new GM doesn't owe any of these quarterbacks or draft picks anything.
Yeah.
You just don't. That's just how this works.
216-474-0092. Are Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel actually battling to be the Browns bridge quarterback next season? I know that when we've talked Kyler Murray, that feels bleak. Or when we've mentioned Tua or Mac Jones or any of the quarterbacks that could be available.
Yeah.
That feels bleak for people. To me right now, much more bleak than that is I have to sit through another season of Shedeur or Dylan. Unless one of them does something over the final 9 games of the season.
Open up the idea that if Shedeur looks good and wins the job and then just can be the starter next year, that's a great thing, all things considered. Like I like that being on the table. Having Dylan start next year would be very nauseating to me.
216-474-0092, unless he does something in the final 9 games.
Did you see Kenny Pickett last night?
I went 0 for 1.
He popped up late third quarter. I looked up and I said, "Oh, is that Kenny Pickett on my screen?"
And then Geno Smith realized he was about to get Wally pipped by a really crappy quarterback.
And he rushed himself right back in.
And all of a sudden, that quad didn't hurt so bad.
Yeah, if only Brock Purdy had a little bit of Geno Smith in him that way.
He's getting Wally pipped. We'll have that conversation at some point. It's happening in real time. Nick, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Appreciate you. So I think that we have a concern here with the Browns being able to punt next year on the QB in the draft. We have to pick one in this upcoming draft. We traded back. We got the extra first. A year ago, we yelled and said, we better wait because the 2026 QB draft, Arch Manning, Mendoza, Carson Beck, whatever names we threw out there, we can't punt again given the assets that we have. We can't draft another middle rounder and then let this 3 quarterback, we talk about throwing the Myles Garrett prime away. We can't do that again. I don't think the fans will take that. I don't think the owners will take that. It's either Shedur's the answer, and it's been, we see 6-7 games and say, oh, he's the answer, and we run with them and say we stake our claim, or we draft a quarterback in the first round.
But Nick, real quick, buddy, what if this is like last year's draft where there's one guy that is a potential first rounder, like when I'm talking like top 10 pick, and he goes 1 and you have the number 2 pick? Are you suggesting just a QB1 no matter what?
No, I think that I'll shoot it back to you. Do you think that there is a Cam Ward and then a big gap like we saw last year and ended up being Shadur in the 5th round we thought was the QB2? I mean, I look at Ty Simpson and I look at Mendoza. I mean, I would look again at Nussmeier further along in the process. You're already talking about people that are probably going to be what Cam Ward was, quarterback ratings, going into the draft.
So, and we appreciate you, Nick. And here's the thing. I think Nussmeier, even though I think he's a lower ceiling quarterback, is a safer pick because you've got a lot of football on him. You've got a lot more data points on him. Thinking about you there, Cleveland Browns. Fernando Mendoza has been a starter almost 3 years in college football. I think that's a lot that you can glean from. That's you'd say, and by the way, still not the amount of football you want to see from that guy, but more football. Dante Moore, I love the physical talent. Scares the crap out of me that he started 1 season. Who was the other name that he threw out there? Oh my gosh,
Ty Simpson.
Ty Simpson. This is the only season he started a full season in. I'm not saying those guys won't turn out. I'm saying those guys are going to be riskier quarterback prospects than guys like even Cam Ward was, where Cam Ward played 72 years and is 67 years old.
Yeah, it does. It feels very risky. The 2026 class has really kind of changed itself. 2027 now seems like the one that everyone wants a piece of.
I hate every second of that, though.
Because it's going to change, too.
I agree with Nick. Like, that does stink. Like, if the message is we're gonna build the foundation and then get the quarterback, which again doesn't guarantee you anything in the future, I can understand if a lot of Browns fans go, but wait, that means I still have to watch Dylan and Shedeur play again next year. That was not the deal.
Well, and then instead of, everyone always goes to like 1-31 being awful, and it was, but then this'll, in many ways, it'll come close to surpassing it because you'll go 3 years of winning, 4 or fewer games.
Are Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel battling to be the Browns bridge quarterback next season? Connor Rogers of NBC Sports walks us through all the quarterback prospect names you just heard in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Blue Chew. And you guys know I really appreciate what they do there because Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, it's a cheat code for your downstairs.
Direct and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We'll have all the big storylines of the day. Paul DePodesta back to baseball, nerd. We'll also talk about
You're out of here.
It's strike three. The first two, actually, all three strikes are the Deshaun Watson trade.
That's it. Just 1, 2, 3. Not even swinging the bat.
And
either.
then there was strike 4, never moved to Cleveland. Strike 5, the curly hair. Straighten that out. The sixth one, sixth one, being a baseball guy in a football town. Get the you-know-what out. Cut it out. Little Dave Coulier
full
there.
house there, yeah. Got that one.
Yeah, Dave Coulier. Let's put some respect on that name. Man's fighting the C word. Now, all this being said, it's time to dive right into the quarterback conversation, 2026, 2027. The Browns' own crappy quarterback situation, and to talk about all the many things we had out of the Fan Hotline, NBC Sports, and NFL Stock Exchange podcasts. Connor Rogers joins us right now. Connor, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
I'm feeling a little bit better after the DePodesta leaving Cleveland thing. I don't know if that registers on your side of things, but we're feeling great today.
Was he that much of an evil character amongst the quiet personnel circles over there?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was just baseball guy running a football organization really upset a lot of people.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, right? It's always, I've been covering the draft for a long time, and it's always fascinating to learn behind the scenes, like what people actually do in the roles they're in scouting. Sometimes you're pleasantly surprised. Sometimes you realize people are, maybe not qualified or overhyped by assumption. So I get that feeling of why it's easy to do. And, obviously the baseball aspect is a much more bigger comfort level for him, for sure.
Well, we're just happy he's gone. All right, Connor, let's get to the quarterback class to start this. Obviously, the Browns have 2 first-round picks. As of right now, neither Dylan Gabriel nor Shedeur Sanders have separated themselves or done anything of any consequence on the football field. So we'll start here. How many potential first-round quarterbacks are you seeing right now?
I think 3 are really in the conversation, and I would bet a large amount of money that not all 3 declare. I would actually even say it's closer that 2 of the 3 don't declare. And, that's Ty Simpson at Alabama, who's really played his way into this conversation this year. And I always kind of caveat this with a lot of these guys. Fernando Mendoza from Indiana is the next one, and Dante Moore from Oregon is the other one, is that these guys have not played a ton of football, especially Simpson and Moore, where what we see these next couple months here in big games is really going to matter so much when you're evaluating one-year starters. For Mendoza, it's a little different because he did transfer from Cal where he played, although I still think there's questions about him as well. So I think if the draft was today and all 3 of those guys declared, all 3 would go in the first round. And there's a lot of reasons to like all 3, as much as you always get a little scared off by the one-year starters, specifically in Moore and Simpson. And then I think the reality is I don't think Arch Manning is going to declare. I don't think he should. I don't think Lenoris Sellers is going to declare from South Carolina, and I don't think he should. And I think that people are already doing what they always do, understandably, getting very excited for the following year where we're going to have Julian Sain from Ohio State in that conversation and maybe C.J. Carr from Notre Dame. And, on and on the wheel kind of spins, guys.
It sounds like, last year it felt like a lot of people were discussing 2026, that'll be the draft, and you got a good draft pick, but you just missed in 2025. And now it feels like we're not even to 2026, and we're doing the same conversation that we just did last year, and people are just moving it to
why?
Yeah, why is that?
Because it's easy to poke holes in guys when you actually have real tape on them. This happens every year, right? It's easy to get excited with flashes, but then when it's time to get down to brass tacks and evaluate them on a bigger sample size, you're going to find more flaws. It's the hardest position in sports. So, that's not every year. I remember summer scouting before Caleb and Drake May's year, and that year was what I would call a little bit of an outlier year. Like, you watch the tape of Caleb Williams and Drake May, and even Michael Penix and Bo Nix going into their last seasons, and you're like, man, there's a lot here with these guys. And then Jaden Daniels played his way all the way up, and J.J. McCarthy went earlier than anyone expected. That's not normal, right? It's not normal for that. Usually you go into a year like Arch Manning was deemed, the number one overall pick, and a rough start to the season. He's starting to turn it around. Once again, I don't think he's going to declare, but it's just when you have more games, it's so easy to poke holes in the hardest position to play.
So, if I can glean from this, you think Simpson and Moore will go back to college, and that means Mendoza comes out. When you look at Fernando Mendoza, do you see superstar? Do you see star? Do you see good starting quarterback? What do you see as the potential ceiling there?
More a good starting quarterback, right? Because I don't think he has the playmaking ability out of structure with the raw athleticism to be the superstar. I mean, look at the superstars in the league right now. They can really do it all. It's, Mahomes, Josh Allen, of course, Lamar Jackson when healthy. Burrow's a little different because I think Burrow is such a ridiculously elite processor, and I think even Burrow buys himself more time than Mendoza does, and that's going back to when, he was a prospect as well. I think Mendoza's got a good arm and size, and I think he plays really well within the offense, that he understands exactly what he's supposed to do as a point guard. I think he can make the challenging throws. He runs a little bit in college, but that's not going to be his game at the NFL level. You're going to hear a lot, and I haven't landed here yet, but you're going to hear a lot of people draw back comparisons to Jared Goff kind of players. Now, going back to the original point here, it probably makes the most sense for him to go back to Oregon. They could pay him a ton of money. He can continue to get bigger and stronger and better. Simpson is a little bit more 50-50, and here's why. And I don't have a direct source on this down at the school, but he's somebody that he was a 5-star recruit. He sat for 3 years, all in Alabama, which you love. He didn't just ping pong around schools looking to play. He's prepared to be as the backup at Alabama before he got his chance to start. And now you're seeing those 5-star tools pan out in Alabama's offense. And I think he's a really good processor. He sees things really well pre-snap. He will challenge the middle of the field. I think Simpson actually has a chance to be is he a strike while the iron is hot kind of guy? And we have a draft that Mendoza and him go in 2 of the first 3 picks.
Connor, I'm curious. Someone like yourself, you had Shador as the number 2 quarterback last year, and then you had Dillon Gabriel as the 10th quarterback in your class. When you see that, and then you see how the Browns have gone through this, where the entire stretch of the way they have told you and everyone that will listen that Dillon Gabriel is better than Shador, and Shador is too far behind, and they've continued to play Dillon Gabriel. What is your reaction when your rankings would have suggested otherwise?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because they do have the issue that they took one player 2 rounds earlier than the other, and it's not like they took one player in the 5th round and another in the 7th round. They took one on day 2, and day 2 picks usually get a decent run to see if they can show you anything. And Shador was a day 3 flyer, and just because I thought he was a better player than that, and I think it's a little easier for me doing this from a broad picture. Evaluating largely the talent, and I think with Shador is he didn't fall just because of talent. I think there's a lot more reasons there. Maybe teams didn't want to put up with the sideshow or whatever it is. I just saw Shador make more pro throws at the college level in bigger spots, it felt like, than Dillon Gabriel. And that's nothing against Dillon Gabriel, that played at a big program in Oregon, and I think always punched above his weight class for not a big guy. But it's an offense that, it puts enough talent around you and a system that can hide some of your deficiencies where, listen, Shador has his problems too. He holds onto the ball forever. He takes way too many sacks. He needs to play faster. But I also think Shador is much better throwing the ball outside the numbers and in the middle of the field than Dillon Gabriel ever was. So they're in that building every day seeing both guys. So hopefully they're being honest with that process and saying we think one guy is much more ready than the other. I would be fascinated to know what you guys, I'm sure the calls you guys get are outrageous. I'd be curious to know what you guys feel. But if it just based on talent, Shador Sanders at least has a shot in this league to hang around as a starting quarterback. I never projected Dillon Gabriel as anything more than a backup.
I think our take was pretty. JP and I were in lockstep, and what I think was particularly frustrating is Shador looked good in every opportunity he was given in camp, when we watched him in camp, and in the preseason until the Rams game. And then I think there was the Rams game became the prevailing take, whereas Dillon looked awful in practice, in camp, and in his first preseason exposure, and then got into that last game, looked passable. and then the Browns kind of used that to see that we were right about this, and that kind of informed their season. Am I off on anything?
No, you're right. And Connor, I think that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring it up is because I wanted to know if you just think it's as pull your hair out, frustratingly mad as we do. The idea that you spend so much of your time and so much of your energy, and I think you capped it right. And as of right now, you're being proven right because Dylan is not playing good football, but they continue to tell you otherwise for months on end. And I'm sure you had a lot of people in your mentions being like, what happened here?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a weird one, right? Because it's not like I evaluated Shedeur as this surefire top 20 pick or anything like that. And I try to really avoid doing the quarterback curve exercise. I thought Cam Ward was definitely in a league of his own, and Jackson Dart's playing better than anybody ever anticipated. While, we're going to get a look at Tyler Shuck. But I do think there's something there where, sometimes teams just totally overreact to the situation. And it feels like if you're the Browns right now, you need to get a look at everything you possibly can because you're going to be going into a draft where you might have to make another quarterback decision. And I wouldn't want to go into that draft saying, well, I never even got a look at Shedeur. Well, then why'd you even draft him, right? And this is a larger conversation way at the top. Where was the divide on who wanted him, who didn't? What was the plan for him? Did they have one for him? And that's a very, very frustrating conversation for me as somebody that evaluates all these players every year. I try to get to well over 300, and I feel like especially getting to talk to, about 45 of them one-on-one at the Combine each year, I generally have a good idea of what guys can and can't do, what the development plan should be for them. And it just blows my mind, billion-dollar organizations, and this isn't crediting me, it's really just discrediting them. Billion-dollar organizations with massive staff and all these things don't have the right plan for all these guys or put guys in, square pegs and round hole situations. And it just feels like the Shedeur case is kind of a waste of everyone's time. Is that egregious to say?
No. To this point, until they play him, it sure feels like we've wasted a lot of time on this one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's and I watch their offense as much as I can with Dylan Gabriel, and you can't live in the NFL that way, man. Like you can't. It's a very, very hard way to play football, and it wasn't that hard of a projection. I think the consensus was that was the kind of quarterback he was going to have to be at the NFL level, and a guy that maybe spot starts for you at times, but they're giving him a genuine run to show can he be anything more than that. And third round capital is third round capital. It's not a lotto ticket pick. You should be able to get some kind of decent player with that selection in a good front office.
Yeah, I was really frustrated because I really like Charles Grant out of William & Mary as a developmental offensive line piece. Can I ask you, as offensive line and defensive line is where I tend to watch. I never proclaim myself as a tape watcher, but if I do, I focus on the trenches because that's just what I believe is most important outside of quarterback. I'm surprised that there's a kid out of Utah, Caleb Lamu, who I've watched a couple times now, and he looks like a prototypical NFL tackle, and every ranking I've seen of him, or every mock draft has him as like the 16th pick, the 20th pick, the 25th pick. I'm just surprised why, given the scarcity of great left tackles, I'm not sure if you've done work on him, why a kid like that hasn't maybe shot up to be a potential top 10 pick yet.
No, it's a good call out for sure. Lamu is somebody that we heavily evaluated throughout summer scouting. I believe this is only his third year in college. I want to say he's a redshirt sophomore. Yep. I had him as the sixth best tackle in the draft from our summer rankings out of, I believe I evaluated 15. So, and honestly, a little bit of a slower start to the year, but he's really turned it on this last month is what I've noticed, or at least over the second half of their season so far, which should be expected for a redshirt sophomore that I think in the spring he's probably only about 300 pounds, and he's going to play at 320, 315 in the NFL. He's got that kind of frame for a youngster. I think he's 6'6". And Spencer Fano, their other tackle, is projected as a potential first-round pick as well. So Utah has bookends at tackle. I think projections can be slow to catch up because what they often do is sometimes they tell you what a guy is right now, and the NFL does not evaluate offensive linemen in that strategy. They will evaluate what you can be if you're a younger player, right? And I think that goes back to Lamu, who absolutely has all the tools, size, mentality of a top 15, top 10 kind of pick. And I'll tell you this right now, what helps him more than anything, this tackle class hasn't played very well this season compared to summer expectations. A lot of guys are going to have to move inside the guard. Some of them don't have the length. Some of them don't eat. Lamu has everything. So I ultimately thought going into this year there was a good chance he would return for another season and then go be a top 5 to 8 pick. But once again, could be a strikes while the iron is hot kind of guy, and would not shock me if he's actually the first tackle taken in this draft if he declared.
I probably should also be playing closer to about 325, but that was my 20s. All right, buddy, we appreciate you. Great stuff, and I'm sure we'll bug you to be on several times between now and April, man. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks so much. Enjoy the weekend.
You too, bud. Connor Rogers there, NBC Sports and NFL Stock Exchange podcast. If you haven't heard the Stock Exchange podcast, that's with Trevor Sikkema. Very fun. Those guys, they're football guys. They're also a lot of fun, really good. But great stuff there with Connor Rogers. We'll react to what he had to say about the quarterback class. Probably won't talk a lot of Caleb Lamu. That's for March. But we'll get there in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. Nick Wilson here.
Precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs, it's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
He didn't fall just because of talent. I think there's a lot more reasons there. Maybe teams didn't want to put up with the sideshow or whatever it is. I just saw Shedeur make more pro throws at the college level in bigger spots, it felt like, than Dylan Gabriel. And that's nothing against Dylan Gabriel, that played at a big program at Oregon, and I think always punched above his weight class for not a big guy. But it's an offense that puts enough talent around you and a system that can hide some of your deficiencies where, listen, Shedeur has his problems too. He holds onto the ball forever. He takes way too many sacks. He needs to play faster. But I also think Shedeur is much better throwing the ball outside the numbers and in the middle of the field than Dylan Gabriel ever was. So they're in that building every day seeing both guys. So hopefully they're being honest with that process and saying we think one guy is much more ready than the other. It just based on talent, Shedeur Sanders at least has a shot in this league to hang around as a starting quarterback. I never projected Dylan Gabriel as anything more than a backup.
Connor Rogers joining us in the last segment, NBC Sports and NFL Stock Exchange podcast, giving us his take on the Browns' handling of this quarterback situation. I do think that's what makes it so interesting is, I think this weekend's a great opportunity that if Dylan doesn't go out there and plays well on 2 weeks rest against one of the worst teams in the NFL, who's coming off one of the worst situations in the NFL, there should be a lot of ahas. There should be a lot of I told you so's. And now, in fairness, I think if he plays well, there's going to be a couple I told you so's, but I'll still have the greater burden of proof.
Yeah, it's too premature for the I told you so's if he plays well.
But I feel the same way about Shedeur. Like, I do think when they went to Dylan, I was just looking for competent. Can you give us a chance? Mm-hmm. And the reality is you've gotten blown out in half the games he's played. So the answer to this point is no. With Shedeur, all I really want is just... And you know what? Let's just dial it down to the absolute base. I just want a fun offense. I don't need spotless. I don't need flawless.
Something that gives you a chance.
I want something where a actual real life, honest to goodness 50-yard touchdown's possible.
Yeah, in many ways, it actually Dylan has really helped out the soft launch of Shedeur when it comes because the expectations will not be through the roof like it once was. It'll be much, much softer. And if it just looks competent, I think a lot of fans will be like, all right, this is good. Whereas I feel like if he would have been first out of the gate, people might have been expecting number 2 overall pick play.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know, because I think there are people who are just anti-Shedeur in town. So I think those people expect, if he's anything other than that, they're going to be saying he's a bust.
I wonder if because of the way this offense has looked and the way that, and even this goes with Joe Flacco going to Cincinnati and playing the way that he has, the way this is all unfolded, I feel like if Shedeur just looks average, or even we can just say even a little less than average, I think people look at it as a massive win.
I will. I mean, again, if you get average, if you had gotten average since week 1 of this year, I think it'd probably be a 500 football team. Or at the very least, even if you're still just a 3-win team, they play 8 games. So, no, I think you'd be a 500 team.
Yeah, the way this defense is.
And I think the most important thing is the other 4 games would look more competitive. And it's been funny how, Ross Tucker busted my haggis on this last week, as if competitive doesn't matter. And it's like, no, it does. And I think it's funny. I can't remember which one of you told me, but the picks for this Jets game, 2 of the 3, was it ESPN that did that this morning?
I didn't tell you this, but I did see the NFL Network earlier yesterday. They had 6 out of the 10 were for the Browns, but that's still 4 that had the Jets. I mean, that's close to a 50-50.
So it must have been Jake. Jake said whatever he was watching, 2 of the 3 analysts chose the Jets, and one of them chose the Jets to blow out the Browns.
Oh, I didn't see that. How did the Jets blow out the Browns? What happens there in this game?
They score more points than you by a significant amount.
Yeah, is that how that works?
Yeah.
Thanks for the analysis.
Yeah. So they score like 40 points and you score like 3 points. That's how they do it.
Okay. I was thinking more like, were they thinking about like the Cincinnati game? And are they just saying that that's going to happen? Because are they thinking the Browns defense is the Bengals defense? Because then I need to get them some tapes of games this year.
I don't know. I do think, and by the way, we're right to do this. I do think we've not given enough thought to the idea that Browns can lose on Sunday. And I think what that sets up for is if they do lose, a nuclear meltdown on Monday. And by the way, I think that should be the response.
I mean, my Sunday is going to be ruined. I told you this already. That'll be shot and gone. I know you preemptively are trying to make sure that I'm cool with this and that I don't have a meltdown, but I can tell you right now, my Sunday is going to be ruined.
Well, no, I mean, I just think it's an answer. I think you get the answer, right? Like if this is a game you can't show up to and get the win, then the 4 games after it, 3 of the 4 which are incredibly winnable, guys, if you can't win this game, we shouldn't expect him to win any of those games. If you don't win this game on Sunday, right, we should probably lean closer to you're going to go 1-8 or 0-9 down the stretch, and that's it. But I do think, but again, like I think you'll be taking the right approach. I think we should, even though it's only a point and a half line, a 2-point line.
That's part of why my Sunday will get ruined, is not only just because of the outcome of one singular game, it is what you're describing, is that if you can't beat this hapless Jets team that is selling off a lot of the good parts of their defense, then you're not going to be able to beat just about anybody. Like then there's no hope for the rest of the season in any capacity. That includes a Raiders team that I watched basically be the Walking Dead out there last night.
But that's why this is an important game. Because if you don't win this one, the next 8 games after are a hard sell. And I think Kevin Stefanski, I think all of a sudden we can start having questions about whether Kevin will make it to the end of the season, let alone will Kevin Stefanski be the head coach in 2026.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of game you're setting up for here. So on one hand, no, we have not given nearly enough credence to the idea the Browns could lose on Sunday because these teams are much closer to each other than the Browns were to, who's the team they beat?
The Packers.
Them. But and on the other hand, I also don't mind. Like if we're just wrong, if the Browns just can't show up on Sunday, and I would be really surprised. I really would at this point. No guarantee Gary here. I'm not guaranteeing a win.
I want you to be a guarantee Gary.
I'm 3 for 3 on my guarantees.
Will you
this
be
year.
a guarantee Gary? You gave yourself 2 guarantees in one game. That doesn't.
They were both right.
You don't get all those. It's like if you make a double burger bet with Coach Riz, you're not right twice.
But I get 2 burgers.
Yes, but you're not right twice.
But I got 2 burgers, which means I was right twice.
Would you have counted it negative a -2 if you had lost that guarantee?
I will never know.
I guess not.
Well, no, you're asking a hypothetical of a moment that's never come because I'm flawless on guarantees this year. How would I know how to react if I'm not in that situation?
You're not in the one game the Browns are favored. You're not going to be the guarantee Gary?
No, because I have to feel it in my loins. I've told you this multiple times.
That's right.
Multiple times. Back to the Blink 182.
Twommy.
I've told you. I got to feel it in my loins. If I feel it in my loins, I'll guarantee it.
You sound like a New Englander having sex about Tom Brady.
Oh,
Tommy.
Oh, Tom Brady. Oh.
That was Wahlberg.
I'm horny. Hey, a transformer. True story. I have to have Hacksaw call up one Friday, because all his impressions outside of Randy Newman or Bob Dylan, he just says something from the movie.
Yeah.
Like if you're like, give me a McConaughey, he's like, all right. And I'm like, that's not.
It doesn't do the impression.
So his Wahlberg is. Hey, give me your Mark Wahlberg. Hey, I see a transformer. You're like, that's not. You're just saying something. You're saying a loose plot from a movie that he was in. I actually don't think in any of those movies is like, transformer. What are we doing here?
But it sounds like something.
And then he just brutally assaults Optimus Prime from Boston. But no, this should be the game. This should be the game.
This is the one. Yeah, no
that
guarantee.
We should walk in and just expect to get the win. And if you don't, I
think our guarantees done for the rest of the season. Have we hit the spot of the season where guarantees are just no longer a thing? I told you I was done with them like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
I've been done with guarantees.
You're like a guaranteed heroin addict because there's no cheap high for you anymore. You've got to you got to have give me the greatest amount of smack ever, right?
You might as well be giving me sugar packets.
That's true. But that would be if you're a diabetic. But I get what you're saying. My point is, no, guaranteeing isn't dead if you're... Because, again, I could feel it in my loins later in this... Because it doesn't have to be just a game result. It could be, I guarantee Dylan Gabriel's going to get benched. Ooh, I could guarantee that right now.
You won't guarantee that. You won't
I feel it in my loins, but I don't know. That just feels
you do?
very
You feel
cheap
that in your loins?
Not like in a game, but I guarantee you, we will not start the rest of the games this year.
Oh no, I thought you meant like you
But
said
see,
bench.
that's not
You
my
said bench. I thought
guarantee.
you meant
I'm just
in this
saying.
game. I thought you meant in this game he would be benched.
Oh no.
He's going to have time.
216-474-0092. Have we not given enough thought to the Browns losing on Sunday? We haven't. That's okay. This should be the game. The circumstances conspire. They happened in the Miami game. You got a very convincing win. This is the kind of win, and nope, we're not doing the style points thing. Win by 1 point, win by 10 points. Do not give a rat's
No, but we
patootie.
got to be entering this with the same energy we had with the Miami game.
Yes.
I mean, that's got to be that energy.
Which means if we're that confident, guarantee or not, it's okay if you guys go thermonuclear on Monday. Hey, see, where's from? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Tune in to Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, 6 a.m. on Monday morning for all the best Browns reaction. And now, catch the show live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Guys, that one's on me. Do not tweet Mackenzie Flume teasing her about a snafu or two in that update.
I think the whole update was dumped anyway. I think it's okay.
No. It's, great.
Mac's like, no.
I hope it was. That was crazy.
Well, it's not your fault, Mackenzie. I'm showing a lot of chest hair today.
Yeah.
And... yeah, it's
what
it's
she
a lot.
said, I tried being like, I bothered you too much before the update's my bad. And then she was like, no, I looked over at Nick.
And it's just,
and then it became obvious to everyone in the room. There's just a lot of chest hair that's showing right now.
You know, she dates boys. There's a grown man. I'm a family man. It's not used to being around. You're a family man.
That's
Max,
right.
also male. There's just so much manhood here, and she's just used to dating college boys, and that's okay.
That's all right.
Right? You're not used to this kind of chest hair, and I get that.
Check out YouTube, by the way, if you want to see Nick's chest hair.
Wait, let me.
Well, that wasn't an invitation to show more chest hair.
No, I didn't unbutton. You know
it was just no.
We're doing extra button there.
I'm trying to get people.
That's for the chubby chasers out there on the YouTube channel. You know who you are. Let's get to the lead. Browns analyst Nathan Segura joined the morning, boys. I bet you he's got a nice patch.
I don't know, Nathan. I don't know, because I don't have chest hair.
You shave.
I have a little bit of chest hair.
You shave it.
No, I don't shave it.
You don't shave it.
I don't shave it.
You're unshaven.
I'm unshaven.
Okay.
I just have never grown much chest hair. And so I always live with the assumption that most people don't have chest hair, even though obviously like 90% of people have way more chest hair than I have.
I think I have the best chest hair at the station.
I feel like we should do like a live YouTube live waxing of the chest.
No.
Why?
Because I'm a man.
I want him to do this.
Because I'm a grizzly bear of a human being. That's my appeal. If all of a sudden I'm
Is there some kind of bet we could do?
What bet?
I don't know. Whoever loses.
I know you're used to hairless, but there's a class of women out there, including my wife, who like this. If I shave if I got this wax, Vanessa would be legit pissed.
She likes the rug, huh?
She loves it. So the lead.
You would be in a lot of pain, though. I'm thinking like the no Kelly Clarkson thing with Steve Carell.
So Nathan Segura talked about the vibes in Berea following Paul DePodesta's departure from the organization.
I think that it was a bigger surprise to people outside the building than it was inside the building. I don't think it means anything beyond that Paul DePodesta is going to run the Rockies. I think people are looking at saying, oh, does this mean things are going to change for Andrew Barry or Kevin Stefanski? And my answer to that is no, certainly not right now. The vibes in the building are we need to win football games. And you've got an opportunity to do so against the Jets this Sunday. This is a stretch in the schedule here where if the Browns are going to try to turn this season around, this is the time to do it. And they've got to start Sunday against the Jets team that's won once this year and just traded away its two best young defensive players this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Jets team not only with just one win, but one win, and it came in week 1 of the season. And that was on it was a Steelers late, 61-yard field goal on top of it. Nathan's right. You got to get this win. This is the win you have to get.
Well, and I just think the next 5 weeks, right after this, the Ravens game could be tough. Then you've got the Raiders on the road, and then you've got the 49ers and Titans at home. You should come out of this at 3-2.
There's 3 very winnable games in there. The 49ers game could be more of a toss-up than anything. It'll be interesting to see where that one ends up being by the time we get there.
Let's be fair and say 2-3, but it's not just the record. You need to stay competitive. Like early in the season, it's a miracle that having 4 blowouts in 4 games has not sunk you. Like there's only so many amount of blowouts that a team can take at any given moment. And I think in the second half of the season, that becomes more true. And so Kevin's got his work cut out for him. But again, if you go 3-2 in these next 5 games, that's going to give you 5 wins on the season, and people are going to feel awfully plucky going into the final 4 games of the season.
Myles Garrett spoke with the media today. He was asked about the Browns' actions at the trade deadline and if he was aware of the Eagles' reported interest in him.
End of the year, we still focus on winning. We're still trying to win. We're all still in line. So how we can figure that out, I'm all on board. they agreed. We still are in agreement on that. I wasn't concerned with anything involving a trade with me or anybody else on this team. Now I was just focused on feeling better, getting my head in a better space after the week before, and trying to find a way to continue bringing it every week. Again, that got nothing to do with me. How we in the Eagles choose to talk about and to talk to Andrew about. That is no concern until they bring me into the room. And until then, I'm focused on this team. But I haven't heard any of those talks. I don't beat into any of those talks. And I have a team to help lead and help try to find a way to win every week. And focus on the Jets.
We played about 2.5 minutes of Miles from his press conference. That's a snippet of that 2.5 minutes. When it comes down to it, I wouldn't have any concerns if I was Miles anyways. I'm making $40 million a year, and I can say no to any trade that is offered. But it is interesting that Miles was given multiple times to refute that report or refute any interest in being moved, and Miles basically was like, yeah, it's not. Nobody brought anything to me. We're good.
Mm-hmm. And it's what I would do if I was Miles as well. I don't think Miles wants the conversation to go away. I think Miles likes having this conversation, and I also think Miles likes to keep the door open for in the offseason. If they don't do what he wants them to do, then he's going to basically go back and do the same thing he just did last offseason.
Yeah, and I think he likes it, not just because of that, but I think Miles likes wielding his power.
Yes, he does. He clearly does.
And in fairness, That's fine. Earned it.
He's earned it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So somebody's got to. There's not a quarterback that can do that. There's not. Maybe Wyatt Teller or Joel Bitonio could do that on the. I don't even know those guys because offensive linemen generally don't do that. So somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to try and lead.
He did seem more despondent today, I thought. I don't know if you picked up on that as well. It seemed more, not like a beaten or broken down Miles, just more of a subdued Miles. And maybe just the reality is sinking in that it doesn't really matter what he does for this season. He's not on a very good football team.
My buddy Shimmy saying 92.3 The Fan on YouTube is now surpassed OnlyFans for him with all that chest hair. Sweeping the nation. Sweeping the nation, and there's food in there too, guys.
And we're much cheaper.
I don't like this cost. All right, this is valuable.
Did I devalue the chest hair? Is that what happened
you
there?
Devalued me.
Oh, I thought it was more like what a bargain.
I don't think anybody ever wants to be like what a bargain.
What a bargain.
I don't think there's ever been a clownitude out there that's been like. You know what he said after the business was transacted?
Yeah.
Called me a great bargain. That just means your negotiation skills are not great.
I think they're like, did we get my money? I got my money. We're good. Here we go.
Paying for your buck.
Literally, yeah.
I mean, Mac, this is a family show. Connor Rogers of NBC Sports joined us last hour. We asked him about the Browns' handling of Shedeur Sanders since drafting him last April.
If you're the Browns right now, you need to get a look at everything you possibly can because you're going to be going into a draft where you might have to make another quarterback decision. And I wouldn't want to go into that draft saying, well, I never even got a look at Shedeur. Well, then why'd you even draft him, right? And this is a larger conversation way at the top. Where was the divide on who wanted him, who didn't? What was the plan for him? Did they have one for him? And that's a very, very frustrating conversation for me as somebody that evaluates all these players every year. I try to get to well over 300, and I feel like especially getting to talk to, about 45 of them one-on-one at the combine each year, I generally have a good idea of what guys can and can't do, what the development plan should be for them, and it just blows my mind. Billion-dollar organizations, and this isn't crediting me, it's really just discrediting them. Billion-dollar organizations with massive staff and all these things don't have the right plan for all these guys or put guys in square pegs and round hole situations, and it just feels like the Shedeur case is kind of a waste of everyone's time. Is that egregious to say?
It's interesting because I really do feel for some of the draft community, not in a like, oh my gosh, they should be losing sleep type way, but more like it does kind of stink when they tell everybody that Dylan Gabriel is the 10th best quarterback in the class, the same way that Connor Rogers had him ranked in his rankings, and his rankings are all posted right. They're pinned at the top of his Twitter, so it's easy to just see where he had everybody. But he had him at 10th, and then I would imagine when he got taken in the third round, a lot of people were like, you got this wrong. Mm-hmm. Where were you wrong? And then he watched as the Browns continued to say, not only is he not the 10th quarterback, he's better than Shedeur Sanders, your number 2 quarterback. And I just imagine the draft community took a big offense to all of this, especially now that you've seen that Dylan Gabriel through 4 games does not look anything more than what they told us that he would be.
I think 6 months into Shedeur being a Cleveland Brown, and I don't think there's any way the Browns can beat the allegations that they've handled him in a dysfunctional manner. meaning that it's apparent with the way they've treated him and the uphill battle that they forced him to run that not everybody wants him to succeed the same way. That doesn't mean guys want to fail. They're just not invested in his success because they didn't like him in the draft process, which is very commonplace. And I'll dare say, I don't know if I don't think they want him to fail because I don't think that happens in the NFL, or at least the way I think fans think it happens. But I do think they're trying to humble him. And I think that, to me, is where it's like, by making him earn every scrap. The thing that sticks in my head is there are people in that organization that fear Shedeur could become like Baker. And it's like, I think we all know what the connotation is. Don't love that. This is the organization that refused to help Baker Mayfield grow up, so maybe we can look at this as they're trying to do right by Shedeur. Still incredibly infantilizing to hold your pre-draft thoughts on a kid over his head after he's actually in the building.
Yeah, former Browns quarterback Josh Booty was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He talked about the competition between Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Dillon was like, wow, I wonder why they would draft a guy to be in the quarterback room right after they drafted him. So, I mean, looking over your shoulder a little bit, and then the media, of course, glorifies, of course, the Shedeur draft pick, and his status in the national spotlight stuff. I mean, all that. It's got to be hard on Dillon, and then Shedeur's got to go prove himself, too, because they're not paying him as much. He was a guy that maybe should have been drafted early, and people didn't want to jump in there on him. So, I mean, it's tough for both of them, to be honest. Shedeur's not going to get the reps, and Dillon is a good hand. He's a gamer. We all know that. He's like a little Steve Young type of guy, a player. He plays hard, scrappy. I hate that both of them are having to kind of deal with each other in the locker room, and that's a tough situation, man, because unless they have a good friendship, it's going to be rough every day in there because they're both just going for it.
Yeah, no tears shed, but that was good, Booty.
The Steve Young comparison, or what? What was good?
He really.
He's a gamer.
That's good Booty.
He's a gamer.
That's good booty. Hey, I had an opinion.
Not like classic Booty.
I don't agree with him. All right, but that's not janky Booty. That's good Booty right there.
That's good Booty.
Because he's got an opinion. He sticks by it. Let's happen to not share that Booty opinion.
Can't get that for a cheaper price on YouTube.
Mac will. Donovan Mitchell came to the defense of Jared Allen this week after the Cavs' big man had a double-double in his return from a finger injury on Wednesday.
This dude goes to work every day. He gives us his all every night. He played all 82 through all injuries last year. Had to force his ass to sit out the past 2 games. And then has a night like tonight against 2 tough bigs. He's phenomenal. He doesn't get enough credit, the credit that he deserves. This dude is really important to what we do. And I hate the fact that he gets crap for that. This man he's grown each and every year that I've been here. He's a joy to play with, joy to be around. And yeah, man, he's a hell of a player, hell of a person.
Agreed. He's a walking double-double. I've always thought he's underrated.
So we'll get back to I actually have a question to go along with that in the 6 o'clock hour, but Aditi Kinkhabwala, CBS Sports, joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk about Browns-Jets, her take on the state of the Browns post-Paul DePodesta. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time. If you can't do that, get it right the next time. Nick Wilson here for Bookman & Son. The first time I bought jewelry, I didn't get it right. I didn't. I went to a big box jewelry store and I got ripped off. I got ripped off in
following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive on a football Friday, on an F-off Friday. We got Browns-Jets on Sunday. We had Myles Garrett talking about the trade deadline rumors. We got plenty. We got Paul DePodesta, no longer with the organization, gone back to baseball, and to talk all things Cleveland Browns, get some NFL talk as well. We head out to the fan hotline and welcome in one of our favorite guests on the station of CBS Sports, known for her time covering the AFC North. Aditi Kinkhabwala joins us. Aditi, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. Do you always say that? Do you always welcome every guest in by saying one of our favorite guests?
No.
No, it really doesn't, Aditi.
JP, really? Like, can you tell me if that's really true?
I'm being honest with you. Yeah, no, that's no.
Most of the time, I tell him secretly I loathe them.
I'm not saying he never does it. He does do it, but I also notice he does it every time with you because it's true.
Well, okay, then I will take that. I will choose to believe that.
You really got no other choice. Aditi.
Fair enough.
What was your reaction and what's your read on Paul DePodesta leaving the Browns organization to go back to baseball and joining the Colorado Rockies?
Time for a new challenge, right? It's been, nine and a half years that he's been with the Browns, and there hasn't yet been that moment of great success. So I'm sure that those are his roots, and that's exciting, and therefore off he goes. And clearly the Browns are saying that he helped create some foundational things that are helpful, and they can build off of that.
The timing of it is interesting, though. Do you think this was DePodesta's decision as it's been framed, or do you feel like he just knew the writing was on the wall? Baseball jobs are opening up this time of the year, and so he just needs to get ahead of it.
I think that that's exactly what it is, right? This is the time to get a baseball job. It's sort of, that's the hiring cycle. So why would you sit here and say, okay, I'll wait till the end of the football season. Baseball jobs will be filled by then. So I don't see a conspiracy theory in that.
Aditi, I know that opinions on this are kind of spread across the landscape here. At 2-6, I know a lot of people came in thinking Stefanski, Barry, not in jeopardy at all. Is that how you felt at the beginning of the season? Is that how you feel now?
Well, didn't Jimmy Haslam give Diana Rossini of The Athletic a vote of confidence for Kevin Stefanski?
I believe so.
Isn't he on the record having said, yes, that Kevin hasn't been dealt the greatest of hands, and we believe in him and the coach that he is?
But he also added in that stretch there, Aditi, he did also add that you find out in the bad times whether or not people are good enough for the jobs, basically. And so, this would be one of those bad times where he could then go back and be like, well, I reassessed, and he didn't do enough there.
Of course he can. I mean, that's his prerogative to change his mind at any point. But, I think this move to ask Tommy Rees to call the plays is completely diametrically different than a year ago with the Ken Dorsey move. And I think that this is really a reflection on how much Kevin wants to win and how egoless he is, and that, hey, I think Tommy can bring something different. I think that maybe there's something that, this is a young coach who is extremely bright, who is very well thought of for many reasons, who Kevin Stefanski wanted for many reasons. So let's see if that gives us a spark. And I think that's a great statement on who he is.
I have a reason for wanting to ask this, Aditi. At what part of the week do you typically talk to everybody? I know you're always talking to people, but at what part do you typically talk to the players, the coaches, and everyone in anticipation of the game on Sunday?
We will officially talk with the visiting team, which is the Browns, tomorrow on Saturday.
Okay, because
we'll have our production meeting with them then.
Okay, because it's been a different week, and it's been a very I don't know. I want to see your vibe. If this is pro Stefanski, almost pro, like we're backing the coach here, because Wyatt Teller has come out and has talked about wanting to retire here. David Njoku's doing the Wolf of Wall Street, I ain't leaving speeches. Yeah. It's been an almost awkwardly optimistic week, all things considered.
I'll tell you, it's interesting because, of course, this is the Jets, so we've had conversation with the Jets about this, and the Jets made some major moves this week, and I don't think that anybody could doubt what Quinnen Williams gave to the Jets. But he openly acknowledged that the losing had gotten to him and that he was tired of the losing and that it was significantly affecting him. And we had this conversation. I talked to Garrett Wilson, who is one of my all-time favorites, yesterday, and he was saying to me how from the minute that he's been drafted, he's felt this responsibility to turn this thing around, and that he feels like he's failed so far because he hasn't quite yet turned it around. So we were talking to Aaron Glenn, and I was asking him about this, sometimes you love a player and a player means so much to you, but can you acknowledge or recognize when the player's just had too much versus do you believe it when a player really wants to be a part of it? And Aaron Glenn said there's no right answer here, but people are wired differently. And there are certain players that get very, very bogged down by the losing. There are certain players that just recognize that they're maybe not themselves anymore. And then there are other players that are just so driven to wanting to be a part of the turnaround, not wanting to go someplace else where somebody else has established a culture, but wanting to be a part of the flipping of the switch. So I say all of this to say I think it's a really, really true thing. And I haven't had the conversation with Njoku, but maybe when he says that, that's part of it. Maybe he's put in this much time and he's like, this place is going to turn at some point and I want to be a part of it turning. Maybe that's it.
Aditi, looking to Myles Garrett, he met with the media today and he kind of sidestepped some of the questions about the trade rumors that were out there, the Charles Robinson report that Howie Roseman was hot on the trail of Myles Garrett, willing to offer 3 firsts. And it was interesting because, again, he didn't lean into them, but he certainly didn't lean away from them. I know they just ended because the trade deadline's passed, but should we expect the Myles trade convo again to start this offseason?
I mean, I think that's a little bit of the nature of Myles's personality, right? I mean, we had it last year. We're having it now. I don't know. He hasn't unequivocally said, no, I'm committed to completely being a part of this. I really fully 100% believe it'll be turned around. I see the vision. If you don't say that, then you're always leaving the possibility open.
Aditi, you did mention the play calling earlier. What do you think the difference will be in going to Tommy Rees?
You know what? I'm actually really interested to see. I don't know. I genuinely, having not had the conversations yet, I don't want to speculate, but I think that there will be some differences. You're not going to see a wholesale difference on offense, obviously. You can't do that midstream like this, and you can't do that with a rookie quarterback. But obviously, this is a move being made because there's an expectation that it's not going to be more of the same.
Aditi, we know you're on the sidelines for Browns-Jets this weekend. I got one more, and I do want to ask about some of the other teams here in the AFC North as well. But specific to this game, we look at it from our side of like, well, you should win this. Like, we're almost discounting the idea that they could lose this because of the trade deadline, because they're coming off the bye, right? The Browns have a lot going. They're favorites on the road, which I don't think they've won. How many straight is it again, JP?
12 straight road games.
12 straight road losses. Yeah. So you look at this. So that's how we look at this game. How do you look at this Browns-Jets game?
Yeah, I would warn you against that because I was on the sideline for Bengals-Jets, and we thought that was a Bengals game going away, and then the Bengals couldn't tackle anybody, and look at what happened. So this is the National Football League. I know it sounds like a cliche, but anybody can win any given week.
Why is Aaron Glenn being so cagey about the quarterback situation?
I mean, that's what he wants to do. So he's a first-year head coach. He thinks that helps him in some way. And, against the Bengals, it did, because the Bengals did have to devote a day of practice to Rod Taylor, who operates a little bit differently than Justin Fields, and their young rookie linebackers, the Bengals' young rookie linebackers, had to spend a little bit more time watching Taylor tape that they wouldn't have otherwise. So clearly it worked.
So looking around the division, I thought the Steelers were going to be really good this year, and I feel like I was the only guy that kind of bought into the Aaron Rodgers thing. And here they are, 2 games up in the division. And it seems like people are like, the Ravens are going to win this thing. I'm just curious, from your standpoint, are you surprised that at 5-3, coming off probably one of their best wins they've had, given how the defense played, are you surprised that maybe more people aren't buying into the Steelers being able to take this division this year?
Well, part of it is because Lamar Jackson is the best player in the National Football League, and he elevates everybody around him. So now that he's healthy, how do you possibly count out the Ravens? And then the other part is that, yes, the Steelers defense did indeed play much better this past weekend, but prior to that, there were a string of disappointing performances. So how do you say, okay, done, they're here, you want to see them stack a few good performances. Let's see what they do against the Chargers and Justin Herbert. Stack a few good outings in a row, and then you say, okay, the defense is fixed, the defense is better, the defense is not the defense that we saw on the 5-game slide at the end of last year.
Yeah,
you can't really make a definitive statement after just one game.
Yeah, but the defense is such the confusing part. So that's like Nick and I did. We always got in arguments in the offseason. I didn't think Aaron Rodgers would be as good as he's been, mainly because I just saw him with the Jets.
That was your mistake.
And that was my 100%. 100%. I've owned that. Hand up, my bad.
Look at how good Joe Flacco is with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Chase Brown.
Okay, that's too soon.
What he looked like with the Browns.
That's too soon, Aditi.
But
that
sorry,
still
but that's the reality. That's the reality. Like, for people to sit here and say that Flacco was washed and old, well, no, maybe he just needed a functional offense around him.
Oh, we've even taken that a step further. Now I've actually taken it so far. I'm now of the belief that this has dampened the belief in Joe Burrow across the league.
I don't. Well, that's a whole other conversation. Maybe we can have another call about that one.
Okay,
kind of like that conversation right now, Aditi.
but I did. I said hand up, Aaron Rodgers. I was wrong about that. That's what's so surprising to me about this. But more importantly, I thought if Nick was going to be considered right about the Steelers this offseason, it would be on this defense. That Tomlin has put the top 6 highest paid players on his team on the defensive side of the ball. And yes, they had a lot of turnovers against Daniel Jones last week, but they really had struggled, Aditi.
I mean, they have, but that's a given. That's been for a few years now, right? And Mike Tomlin set the standard. In training camp, he said this could be a historic defense. So you're raising the bar to right there. Anything below that is a disappointment. And, it's schematically, they've not changed a lot. They're not doing a lot of surprising different things. And sometimes you get old fast. I'm not willing to say that they've gotten old fast, but sometimes you need to evolve a little bit.
Aditi, I was very annoyed when about 2 weeks ago, the Tomlin's going to get fired if he doesn't win this division. Harbaugh's going to get fired if he doesn't come back and make the playoffs. Just because I feel like I just feel like we've done this so many times, and it just feels like an evergreen thing that the national media tends to do. But you've covered this division for long enough. When you hear some of the things that have been said this year, does it feel like it does to me, which is old hat? Or do you think that those are two interesting head coaching spots to watch the rest of the season?
No. Well, definitely not Mike Tomlin. When Mike Tomlin leaves Pittsburgh, it will be because Mike Tomlin has decided to leave Pittsburgh. That's that. He will exit. There's no other way that happens. There's a greater chance of Steve Bisciotti saying that it's time to move on from John Harbaugh than it is from Art Rooney saying that he wants a different head coach. And Steve Bisciotti has already put John Harbaugh on notice. He did that once in the year that Joe Flacco, in fact, got hurt and Lamar Jackson came in as a rookie and started those final 7-8 games, whatever it was. So that's more likely. But again, on the scale of, it's so easy to sit here and denigrate the coach you have, but then you really have to ask what else out there is that much better. And is it just about the coach that you have tweaking a few things, evolving and growing?
Yeah, no, that's fair. We've been trying to figure out quarterbacks already because this is just kind of the world that we're living in. And the past couple of days, Kyler Murray's come up. Earlier today, Brock Purdy came up.
Mac Jones, don't you dare forget McCorkle.
It's kind of like whichever one San Francisco decides. It's a weird situation in San Francisco right now, Aditi. We can't figure out what exactly is happening there. It seems
Tua?
like Tua's another then we got to bring to the table. Like these aren't bad quarterbacks, but they also don't invoke a lot of confidence.
These are not your answers. This is not the Cleveland Browns should not be going after Kyler Murray or Tua Tagovailoa. That's not the answer.
Are you a heightist too, like Peterlin?
I am a heightist. I like my quarterbacks taller.
No, because I'm a very short person myself, and so I would never sit here and say height is the be-all, end-all. Look at Drew Brees, but no.
I saw the irony in it, too.
For a variety of other years.
Yeah. Having stood next to you, and you make me feel like Andre the Giant at training camp. Thankfully,
that's my superpower. I tell that to everyone. I said that to Johnny Manziel once. I said, my superpower is that I make everybody look tall.
And my superpower is I make most people look skinny.
Yeah. There you go. All right, guys, I hate to do this, but I'm pulling into the airport.
All right. Be good, Aditi. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Aditi.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Aditi Kinkhabwala there, CBS Sports. She'll be on sidelines with Spiro and Adam Archuleta, who we love. Local ties. What a guy, that Adam Archuleta.
She's off the phone now.
Fan.
You're okay. She got.
He's awful. Gosh, I just can't stand. No, JK, LOL. Wink, wink.
We see eye to eye with the Tua and Kyler Murray conversation.
I mean, she stand for Kenny Pickett.
She understands though. They're not the answer. They're not the answer.
So Kenny Pickett is taller, but he stinks. So he can put up with that. But micro machine quarterbacks off the board because then they've actually done something to that. I think that's the only. I don't want Kyler Murray, Tua Tagovailoa. Mac might be optional.
I think it's about the level
Purdy.
of commitment or what you're trying to even accomplish when you have one versus the other. I think that's what she's getting at. What I've been getting at.
Justin Fields' contract for any one of those four guys, you actually might win some games next year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what some is. It could be 7 games. It could be 10 games. I think you can win with any of those four quarterbacks. And you know how much I despise paying money to Brock Purdy.
You've always hated Brock Purdy. You've always been very anti-Brock Purdy.
I just think he's massively overrated.
At least the discourse around Purdy when he was putting up numbers that were threatening to lead the league in passer rating.
Hate passer rating, too. We'll react to what Aditi had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Radio.
The Buckeyes are number one in the first college football playoff rankings. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I think this move to ask Tommy Rees to call the plays is completely diametrically different than a year ago with the Ken Dorsey move. And I think that this is really a reflection on how much Kevin wants to win and how egoless he is, and that, hey, I think Tommy can bring something different. I think that maybe there's something that, like this is a young coach who is extremely bright, who is very well thought of for many reasons, who Kevin Stefanski wanted for many reasons. So let's see if that gives us a spark. And I think that's a great statement on who he is.
That is Aditi Kinkhabwala, CBS Sports Network. She'll be on sidelines for Browns-Jets this weekend. And that was her read on Kevin Stefanski going to Tommy Rees. And I think it's interesting. I think there's been a lot of people spinning that this is a real positive thing. Well, that's what Sunday's about. We talked about this a couple times this week. All right, this is about, we got to spark the offense. We got to get that win. Then you better spark the offense and go get that win.
Yeah, spark definitely was the term of the day when it came to what people expect out of this. Will they be upset if it just seems like everything is normal? Because Wyatt Teller kind of made it seem like everything is just going to be normal.
I think I'm a little leery of the over-the-top cheerfulness and what was being sold this week in Berea.
Okay.
There were a lot of good vibes.
Almost to the spot that it went too far. I called it awkwardly optimistic to Aditi.
Yeah, I mean, David Njoku, Wyatt Teller, even the Browns on the last couple days, I feel like Jim Schwartz went out of his way to butter Myles Garrett's bread, in a way that it's are we... I mean, I can understand. You want your best foot forward.
They all had a group chat or an email that was hey, we're going to be positive this week.
Well,
guys.
Tony Robbins showed up and was if you don't think positive, you won't get positive results like that. But it's a little over the top. It's the only kernel of doubt that I have about this Jets game is you guys are really pushing it in a way that feels almost collegiate. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It's almost in a way of I'm almost not believing you anymore at this point. What's interesting for this game as far as the play calling, though, Nick, the Jets can't really stop the run at a great rate. And so here's what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to run the ball a lot with Quinshawn, and I think it's going to make the play calling that Tommy Rees is doing. I think a lot for the fans on Twitter, and I think for a lot of the fans that are just sitting on your couch, you're going to be like, hey, he gets it. This guy at least runs the ball with Quinshawn. And because the Jets don't stop it at a horrifically high rate, they've allowed the seventh most yards in the NFL in a yards per game basis with the rush. I think Quinshawn will look good, and I think in turn, this is going to be a pretty good debut for Tommy Rees because all fans want is for them just to run the ball. He's going to run the ball, and ultimately they'll look better.
And by the way, that's fine. As long as you win, and as long as you win in the way that the Browns are talking about, wow, we got to be more explosive. It's you have to be proficient at everything. The problem isn't just the lack of explosive plays. It's you're not proficient in the basic necessities of what you need to do. Things like running the ball consistently or even connecting in the short passing game, which can make up for lack of...
I know, but it doesn't feel like every big-time play we're going to see on Sunday or every play of consequence, people will be like, Stefanski wouldn't have called that there.
Oh, that'll be. And by the way...
It's going to be really it might even get annoying to me.
Let it happen. It's almost like the style points conversation. The narratives that are going to come out of this game are going to be probably loaded one way or another. Actually, they're probably more loaded if the Browns win than if they lose, because if they lose, we're just going to continue on with the narrative we've had. Mm-hmm. That's fine. All that matters is you win. This is a game that I know they're all must-wins, but go out and win this game, and let's get that week off. Now you've extended the bye week pump up into another week. Because here's the thing. If you lose after the positive Patty kind of push that they've made.
Yeah.
This feels like Mary Jane's Last Dance, no?
I mean, it's not great. But then again,
I love Tom Petty.
Yeah, but then again, it's not as if there's going to be a Last Dance anytime soon. Like with them coming back out of the bye, everyone surviving outside of DePodesta out of the bye, they're going to have more opportunities.
We'll see. I think now that DePodesta is gone.
Are you putting a mid-season firing still on the table?
If you lose to the Jets game, if you lose this Jets game, it's got to become a conversation.
Are we putting? Well, I mean, there's already been a conversation, but are we putting?
Well, no. I mean, it's got to be. You and I've had the conversation, but they haven't told anyone else, right? Like they haven't let anybody else in.
It was important that I noted for Aditi that the Haslam-Rossini conversation was highlighted to me not by the vote of confidence for Stefanski, but the idea that he put the line in there of "I care about what happens in the bad times."
Also,
these are the bad times.
It's an ownership vote of confidence, which means nothing.
Means nothing at all.
It's paper without being backed by something substantial like a currency, like gold or silver. I know what currency is, Max. Shut up.
Mac was questioning your currency?
I saw the look in his face.
Is Bart Winkler look in his face?
Hey, it's Bart Winkler. 216-474-0092. Let's go with Josh. Josh, welcome to the show, Josh.
Oh, hey, thanks, guys. Look, yeah, you guys were talking before, and that added to about Miles and his power and stuff. And I'm thinking the way he said the inevitable and how he couldn't stand that. I mean, I know Stefanski thinks, if you play Madden, you can call plays, whatever. But I mean, if you're playing Madden, you're down 30-13, right? Are you going for two? No, you're gonna kick the point and hope that you possibly get an onside kick, which they did. Then the whole team has a little faith in you. I know he didn't have faith in anybody in that case. Even Nathan and, Andrew couldn't even figure out why he did that. So, yeah, the guy, I wanted him fired a long time ago, but, for him not to call plays is the best thing in the world if you're, making a stupid decision like that. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Josh, we appreciate you.
Josh, the thing I think is interesting, and it's funny because we had not gotten to that. The clip today that Stefanski out there, he'd said, exactly as Josh said, if you've ever played Madden, you can call plays too. And it almost just dumbed down his profession in a way that I didn't appreciate. Not that I need to stick up for his own profession, but it was just like, if you think it's that easy, if you think it's so simple, then why aren't you better at it?
Also, if it's that easy, why didn't you ever give Alex Van Pelt a chance?
Great point, too.
Van Pelt here was
Van Pelt got crumbs in the preseason, and that was it. That's all. You got to wait for the preseason games to get it, and you'd never give it to him. Why? Because there's a difference in play callers, and it matters. It obviously matters. And to dumb it down to the idea that anybody could do it, I thought was beneath you. I thought it was a bad look by Stefanski. I think it'd be like if a radio host was out there being like, well, anybody with a mic can go ahead and do a 5-hour show. It's like, well, all right, don't you have to at least pretend that you do what you do is of consequence, or at least has some skill or some talent or some ability?
I just think that there's a lot of polish, and this happens. The Browns are really good at this. They deserve credit for this. When moves like this they've certainly done this with the DePodesta thing. We're like, Paul just wanted to go back to baseball. He's just a ball guy. He just loves baseball. They're so good at polishing a bad thing and trying to spin it into a good thing. But here's the beautiful thing about football. Kevin being selfless and egoless, and Tommy, it's your book. You call it, buddy. You're better than me. You big, me small. The best part about football is we'll see how much all this matters, the design of this, on Sunday. You can spin the 4-man quarterback room in June, and everybody can buy in because you got time to fluff the whole damn conversation. You can't do that here. And it's a zero-sum game. You either win the damn game, the offense looks better on Sunday, or that was an act of desperation. Everything that's said this week is total bunk, which, by the way, is how we should be leaning at this point. Every response that we hear,
until proven otherwise,
is loaded because they're trying to save the ship, which, by the way, is what they should be doing. But we'll see. That's really where we're at. Show me on Sunday. Like, Wyatt, you really excited? David Njoku, you're not leaving? Not going anywhere. It's going to take the National Guard to get me out of here because I ain't going nowhere. That's how you do it.
Yeah, you've been waiting a while to do that one.
I do. It's a great movie.
I thought you were actually going to do Njoku doing Wolf of Wall Street for a second, and I wanted to hear that instead.
It would sound too much like Daryl, who was in for me earlier this week.
I wanted to hear that instead.
But, okay, we'll see. Because that's what Sunday's about. 216-474-0092. Tommy, Nolan, Rich, you guys stick there. Is it more likely, now that Paul DePodesta is gone, that they all stay or they all go? We got plenty to get to in the 6 o'clock hour on 92.3 The Fan.
nursing that foot. Tip-off in Capital One Arena at 7 o'clock. Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
What a disaster. 1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you on an F-Off Friday, on a Football Friday. And with all that going on, Friday, 6 o'clock means it's time for Daryl Ryder. Daryl Ryder brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Hey, Daryl, how you doing, buddy?
Good, boys. How are you? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. The Browns really wanted us to know the vibes were immaculate this week. David Njoku's not going anywhere. Wyatt Teller, good vibes. There was a lot of Myles Garrett praise from Jim Schwartz. Did you notice an uptick in positivity this week?
Yeah, I mean, it was hard to miss in the locker room. David Njoku is always a ball of energy in the locker room behind the scenes, and I mean that in a positive way. Myles Garrett, you guys were playing the sound from him earlier today, feeling pretty confident and good that the Browns are still committed to winning, which is important to him, and he did indicate he had that conversation recently with the front office to make sure that in fact was still the case. They were not going to go back into a rebuilding mode. Tommy Rees is going to take over play calling. I don't know if that's going to give the offense a shot in the arm, but the way things have been going this season, why not try anything to see if they can get any kind of a pulse on that side of the football. So you could see a little energy coming off the bye week, and we'll see if that helps them Sunday in New York against the Jets.
Do you think it's going to help them on Sunday against the Jets?
Well, I think what's going to help them Sunday against the Jets is that New York traded two of their best defensive players on the roster. I think that will help. As far as any expectation that this offense all of a sudden turns into an explosive juggernaut just because Tommy Rees is calling plays, I don't know that that's going to happen. Certainly, I hope it's going to happen, but I'm not all that confident in it, considering you're not changing the quarterback, you're not adding to the receiver room outside of Cedric Tillman coming back from that hamstring injury off injured reserve, expected, I should say, to be activated on Saturday, but. I just think that even if the offense gets a little bit of an uptick, we got to keep in mind that it's the JETS Jets.
So I think that is an interesting point here, because I think every time we've talked about it, it sure seems like we just kind of all expect a win on one level or another. So to go the other way, have we just not given enough thought to a Browns loss on Sunday?
Well, I haven't given much thought to a Browns loss on Sunday because I frankly expect them to go to New York and win. This is a game that I expect them to win, and if they don't, it'll be extremely disappointing. Granted, this is why you play the game. Nothing is obviously nothing is given to you and whatnot. But considering what happened with the Jets this week, the trades they made before the deadline. They raised the white flag. Clearly, they are going into a full rebuild mode. The Browns are not. They did not make any major moves. They did not sell off pieces and parts at the deadline. So, I do expect that the Browns go to New York and handle their business this weekend.
Daryl, what's been the most interesting discourse from the Paul DePodesta leaving to go, be with the Rockies? In your opinion, it's something that maybe you didn't see coming out of the 24 hours, or something you just found interesting out of the 24 hours? What was different? What was new to you?
Not much. I mean, other than, we still haven't gotten a whole lot of clarity on what it is exactly that he did for the Cleveland Browns for over 9 years. We know what the results are. We know that the franchise is basically back to where they started before DePodesta walked in the door as far as the on-field product goes. Now he's obviously made a tremendous amount of contributions behind the scenes. But look, one of the reasons that they brought Paul DePodesta in was to build a championship organization, because that was really his calling card in baseball. Everywhere he seemed to go, he turned those franchises around. He goes to Colorado now, worst team in baseball this past season, going to try and turn them around as the president of their baseball operations. But look, he did not turn the Cleveland Browns into a championship organization. He did bring some patience, for ownership, right? They were extra patient with Hugh Jackson before finally showing him the door, deservedly so. They've been patient with Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry here. But the bottom line is, regardless of whatever data he compiled and shared with football operations, be it the coaching staff or the front office, the cold hard math is that they did not win a lot of football games. 2 winning seasons in the 9+ years that he was here. They won a total of 56 games, lost 99, tied 1. Look, and when they hired him, my expectation was that the end result would be 99 wins and 56 losses and many more playoff appearances. So regardless of his contributions behind the scenes, unfortunately, there were not significant enough results on the field for me to sit here and say that his time in Cleveland was well spent and that the Haslams spent their money well by bringing him into the organization.
Daryl, obviously this has led to conversations on the show, on the station, for Browns fans about Andrew Berry, about Kevin Stefanski. And one of the potential solutions has been, well, if Haslam doesn't want to fire Andrew, elevating him to the chief strategy office and then hiring a different GM. I'll ask you, what is more likely? From here today, Browns 2-6, coming off the bye, whatnot. The Browns fire Andrew Berry at the end of the season if it continues this way, or the Browns promote him to replace Paul DePodesta?
Well, I don't know that they replace him or I should say promote him to replace Paul DePodesta. Maybe they just promote him to keep him within the organization, while also maybe bringing in some outside help to deal with the actual football talent evaluation. Because outside of this rookie class this year, which, let's give credit where it's due, they have performed well, he's not done a good job from a personnel standpoint over the years. He's made a couple of really good trades. The Amari Cooper trade obviously comes to mind, but he's obviously done a lot of wheeling and dealing during the drafts and whatnot. But he inherited a team that was supposed to have sustained success. He inherited the proceeds of 1-31, 4-44. The pain of all that was supposed to produce a perennial playoff winner. He was part of the worst trade and decision-making process in NFL history by making the Deshaun Watson trade, giving out that guaranteed, fully guaranteed contract, I should say. And I don't know. I'm not sold that Andrew Berry should be the guy picking the next quarterback either. So if you want to keep him in the building, fine. Maybe you promote him to president of football operations or something like that, and then you bring in a true talent evaluator, a John Dorsey type that can come in and identify top-tier talent and get this roster back on track. Because kind of going back to Myles Garrett's comments today, he's in no mood for a rebuild. He wants to start winning football games as quickly as possible, and I don't know that he's got the stomach for that. Granted, he might not have much of a choice, but I think promoting Berry to a role outside of the, quote, GM type of a role is more likely than him getting fired at this point.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, obviously, because who knows? Maybe Haslam will go down that road. For me personally, Daryl, I find it so hard to think about, we think you suck at this part of your job, so we're going to give you a promotion
right,
to then think you can do this other area better? To me, that's where I get lost in that convo.
Yeah, and I kind of think about the Cavaliers, what they did with Kobe Altman, right? They didn't want to give David Griffin the president of basketball operations, right? But they did give that to Kobe Altman. They then promoted Mike Gansey to be the general manager, even though we know Kobe is making the final decisions for the Cavaliers. It's a much different thing, right? Kobe earned the promotion to president of basketball operations. I don't know that I can sit here and say that if, in fact, they do promote Berry to open up the GM role for somebody else, I don't know that that's an earned promotion, to your point, Jonathan. I'd have to agree with you. I don't know if I like that, but I do understand wanting to keep Barry in the building in some capacity. And I think the only way you're able to do that is by changing his title with something that has a promotion in it.
Daryl, Myles Garrett spoke and was asked, I actually want to strike back. You guys did a great job with Myles today.
Yeah,
and
nice
asking
job.
about the trade deadline. You had a great rebuttal. I can't remember.
Mary Kay had a good one, too.
She had two really good ones. I was just really well done. But what was your take on Miles's responses when he was asked about the Eagles' potential interest in a trade and where Myles kind of is with his own happiness here in Cleveland?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Nick. For as candid as he was with those responses, that's not what struck me from that whole media availability. What struck me was when he was asked about Kevin Stefanski giving up play calling, which, by the way, was putting an opportunity to compliment Stefanski on a tee for him. He blew it off. He said, "Yep, not my side of the ball, not going there, not my problem." I'm paraphrasing there, but that's what he said. Instead of, like, everybody else in that locker room this week was praising Kevin's leadership, his humbleness, his willing to subjugate his ego and give up something that he obviously feels he's really, really good at in the name of being a team player. And that was the message coming out of the locker room, not from Myles Garrett on Friday. I found that to be very, very fascinating. But to your question specifically, Nick, look, the Eagles stuff was, I thought that was kind of funny. Yeah, I ain't worried about that until, Howie and Andrew work something out and then call me into the room, and then, I worry about it. He said a couple of times he wasn't worried about the deadline. Of course, remember, he does have that no-trade clause, so even if the Browns wanted to trade Myles, they got to get his permission first to do so. I do feel like that if something would have been worked out with the Eagles, Myles would have been more than happy to go to Philadelphia, where they play for Super Bowls, whereas here you're playing just to hope you can, kick around the New York Jets, who are, just an awful organization and an awful football team. And then the other thing that struck me too is he indicated that there was at some point. Timeline not given, but at some point there was a meeting with the front office about winning, and it's still being the object, because I did ask him about Andrew Berry keeping the team intact, and that's where he said, well, yeah, I mean, if he would have done that and sold off pieces and parts, we go into rebuild mode, and that's really not my cup of tea right now. And so I did find that answer to be fascinating as well, and that's why I'm harping on the winning part of it, right? And not going into a rebuild. They're going to have to find a way to elevate this football team next offseason in some way, shape, or form so that they're able to compete. And obviously that starts with the quarterback position, which remains the great mystery for this franchise for the better part of the last 40 years.
Daryl, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you on Monday, hopefully after a Browns win.
Look forward to it, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too, buddy. Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We'll react to what he had to say and sports in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Daisy French Onion Dip. Another great weekend of football coming up. And you can't control what happens on the field. If only we could.
The Corner at 7 o'clock. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Thoughts on what Daryl had to say? I'm going full basket here. It's the end of the show.
Yeah, thoughts.
So, Ryder talked.
Well,
takeaways.
I wanted him to have something off the previous 24 hours of DePodesta that was like a groundbreaking. I feel like within the DePodesta convo, when we first had it, into then now even being able to talk to Daryl, it has evolved. It's evolved in an interesting way, but like the idea that half of people just want to be like, oh, of course I saw this coming. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Like, I'm sorry. You didn't.
You and I were legitimately shocked yesterday. And, like, I don't mind, like, if you're a Browns employee and you're talking to the media and you go, we knew that this was in the works. That's fine. That's how you should play this, right? Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. The Browns have to play this like this was all part of the plan, and because if it's not part of the plan, it confirms that it's rats jumping off the ship.
So that's like Fanta, for instance. Fanta's like, well, this explains why Andrew Berry didn't do his press conference, and it's like, huh? like, hold on, think about that for a second. Like, and I love John. You know this, a racer phrase, but like
Ignatius's future head coach.
What he makes too much money on NBC for that. But what is the point of the? So they're like, wait, so we know that DePodesta's interviewing, which by the way, Rosenthal already. You had the point earlier today. Said he was third in line for this job, so he's been interviewing for this job that he came third in line, but then
behind two guys who've never done anything in sports, with apologies and love to Matt Foreman, the Guardians' assistant GM.
But then, like 11 days ago, Andrew Berry can decide that he doesn't want to do a press conference in the bye week, and that's all of a sudden some premeditated thing towards DePodesta taking a baseball job. Like, what are we doing? Like, it's fairly obvious. It caught a lot of people by surprise. That's an okay thing. It's all right to admit.
Yeah, and it's all right if this means something.
Yeah.
Like, I understand, again, I understand why the Browns will spin this as, hey, we knew Paul wanted to get back in the baseball space, and we were never going to stop him because we appreciate the culture that he helped build here. That's what they're supposed to say, because they don't want you to know that there could be more changes going. You're trying to, but I don't think you can divorce, or I don't think you can set aside, separate, however you want to say it, the over-the-top optimistic vibe coming out of the Browns locker room this week with DePodesta leaving. This feels like the last stand, which it shouldn't feel against the Jets.
Well, so hold on, but I don't think that the players had any indication that DePodesta was leaving. Only like Njoku made his "I'm not leaving" speech before we found out anything with DePodesta.
No. But I think there was an idea of, hey, let's come out of this bye with a renewed sense of optimism. We're putting the first half to bed. That was probably informed for Kevin Stefanski and his coaching staff. I think they knew.
Okay, no, I agree with that, because if the players had known, we all would have found out at some point.
But I also, I don't think it's, but just to be clear, I'm not saying because DePodesta left. No. I'm saying it's holistically. You're 2-6. You know that if you don't win a couple of these games coming up in short order, that it's going to get harder and harder and harder to win. And I think because of that, I think there was we're also could have some significant news coming down the pike. And again, all of this works if you win on Sunday. Because if you do the rah-rah stuff, if you do the, I'm not leaving, if you do the, the whole thing, and then you lose, that has implications.
Yeah.
It really, really does. It can backfire in a really rough way.
Well, you just lost it, and it just gets taken away is all it is. But I cannot stress enough the idea that I don't think the players care in the slightest bit that DePodesta's not here anymore. I really don't.
I bet you there are a few people
I don't think they had the relationship with him the same way,
No, it's not about the relationship. I think it's about, I guarantee you that there are football players in that organization who don't want to deal with the way the organization makes decisions, or did under Paul. Meaning, in the way that you and I like football guys making football decisions.
Yeah.
And there are people out there who liked and trusted Paul DePodesta. I'm not saying everybody in that disliked Paul personally, but do I think that there are some coaches in that building? Do I think there are some players in that building who feel like there's too many cooks in the kitchen and that gets in the way of winning? 100%. I guarantee you there are dudes.
But that might even just be a Barry and Stefanski and the collective part of this.
What do you mean?
Well, like if first off, too many cooks in the kitchen, obviously we're talking about too many people being involved, so you're just getting rid of one. I'm talking more about the actual impact that a player would feel with DePodesta not being around, because as far as we know, he wasn't around much to begin with anyway.
Yeah,
like it's different. It's different than what I'm trying to explain here. It's different to me than like if you fire a coach, or even let's say if you fire a tight ends coach, or even an offensive line coach, somebody that's in those meetings, somebody that feels like it's like we went to battle with this guy. This guy was on the sidelines with us. This guy, he did this, he did that. I got a relationship with this guy. Versus DePodesta, where he's never there.
Yeah.
He's not at the meetings. There's no, wow, this guy was all in for what we were trying to do. Everything he did was in the shadows.
You know what I'd love to know from those players, though? I'd love to know how they feel about the amount of, again, like everybody uses analytics, so we can get really, really dumbed down really quickly in this conversation. But the general premise is the Browns are the most analytically run organization in football. I would love to know, with guys like Miles, with guys like Wyatt Teller, right? I'd love to know of those guys, if any of them are like, I think this is too much.
It's probably a mixed bag. I'm sure there's got to be some of them that think it's too much.
Because I don't know it touches them. And meaning they go, hey, your pass rush runaway, because I think they have internal stuff that they can use.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking hey, Kevin, why didn't we go for it there? Because you looked at a piece of paper instead of the moment or the gut feeling, something like that.
Yeah, no, there's got to be some of those. For sure there has to be. I mean, there's too many people in our fan base that question that, for there not to be somebody in a locker room of 53 to also question that.
I wonder if there's more than not, though. I think that's what's interesting, is how much of those guys just buy in.
I mean, at this point, if you're an Njoku type, if you're a Miles type, if you're one of the guys that have been here for 8-9 years, you got to be tired of all of it.
Mostly the losing.
Despite what Teller might tell you, you've got to be tired of all of it. But Tonio's whole career has been people telling him analytics are going to take him somewhere, to have analytics take him nowhere.
Just re-sign Wyatt Teller, guys. And maybe David Njoku, too. Come on.
I think they will.
216. I do, too, but it's the fact that I don't know it for sure that grinds my gears a little bit.
We want to talk about the idea that you had Paul DePodesta's burner on the screen for what might have been an hour and a half.
I never know if that's like a bit.
Well, it's got to be a bit.
Just, well, because sometimes Jake will be like, don't take this call, this guy's an idiot. Or guy just wants to scream about this.
It got me oddly curious, but not curious enough to bring it up at any point in between the break.
Well, no,
that was part of the problem. I kept seeing it during the segment and being like, I kind of want to know what he has to say, but then it never really worked its way into it.
I should have requested elaboration and been like, is this,
is it funny?
Is it
not?
That his Twitter account? I don't know. Meaning like, is it the guy that runs
funny thing about DePodesta is that since he never talks to the media, he could be calling into sports talk radio shows all the time, and we would not be any of the wiser.
No, it'd sound like Antonetti and Chernoff.
It would just sound like anybody that calls in.
All those guys, every guy that comes out of Ivy League, they sound the exact same. They talk the exact same. It's as if you cloned them. And by the way,
you're talking like a Tom Brady clone?
No,
is that the Ivy League secret?
Well, listen.
I got a lot of questions at home with my wife if that's the Ivy League secret.
What are the questions? You want a second?
No, is she a clone? If that's what they're doing at the Ivy League. Is she a clone?
If you could just make a second Elise, so you have both Elises.
I have too many women in my household as is.
I was gonna say,
I've seen the little one, Charlotte. She's almost 3. She bosses me around even worse than Elise does at times, and so I can imagine. I'm only imagining.
See, it's funny.
That the third is going to be exactly the same as the second one.
See, or maybe they'll be more like you. Maybe they'll be more malleable. You'll have someone to boss around. I don't think
it's not going that way.
No, I agree.
We all know that.
Now, that being said, see, my problem is the opposite. There's just a lot of emotion in my house, and it is very dysregulating. So while I would love another Vanessa, because I love this one so damn much, if I could just plural marry multiple of my wife, I would, because I just love this woman that much.
Yeah.
But it would probably kill me quicker because there's just so much emotion. I mean, I'm like, walk in, I'll have a good day, and I'm resting pulse at like what a healthy person would have. And within 5 minutes, I'm like, I know exactly how screwed I am on any given night by who greets me when outside. if anybody comes out and what their attitude is.
What do you mean if anyone comes out? Like if it's like a rotating cast of people that greet you at the door?
Well, yeah. At any point, anyone will come out, which I love. I love because I get a hug and I get love. How are you?
Like the coolest part of fatherhood to me right now is Charlotte. Every time I come home, she runs instantly screaming "Daddy" to give me a hug. That's the greatest part so far.
My oldest kid is 15, and she'll still give me hugs and she'll let me give her a kiss on the head. She's this I love it, but I can pick out how my night's going to go based off what energy I get from that person. Because it's all positive towards me. But like if I see Vanessa walk out and she has the very clear, I'm getting too old for this look, I know I'm going to get a great kiss. I'm going to get a great hug.
Yeah.
She's going to tell me she loves me. And then the next 15 minutes are going to be war zone.
She's just looking like that Popeyes worker sitting on the bench. Like she's just been through it.
Yep. And by the way,
she's had herself a day.
By the way, there's also times where she's out and she's smiling and she's looking up at the stars and her eyes are sparkling. And I'm like, oh, it's going to be a great night. But a lot of the first one. But from all 4 women, that's the thing, is some days it's Ness, some days it's my oldest kiddo, and then on any random day it could be one of the twins.
Okay, but we agree, though, neither one of us are then cloning our wives.
But I'd like to.
You'd like to?
Yeah.
Why? Like give you more opportunities to have somebody either be positive or not?
A little more positive.
You're going to send this one working?
She would get a job.
You're going to send this one on the...
Yeah,
I don't know why I assume my clone was just going to be sitting around at the house all day. I didn't think my clone was going to be out there working.
No, my Vanessa...
That's why I made the mistake.
My Vanessa won't be cloned to be a freeloader. No.
What I'd like to do is tell my clone to be like, hey, could you go pick up dinner for me and actual Elise?
What? Wait, you just want a servant?
Well, that's kind of the point of a clone, in my opinion. But
I was thinking of a couple other things for the clone.
If the clone acts like my wife, it's not going to go that way. My house is not 1955.
You just can't have 2 women telling you to go pick up dinner?
That's exactly what would happen. They'd become best friends, and then I'd be the one still going to get dinner.
Or they could hate each other, and that could be fun.
That sounds miserable, too. Then they're just yelling at each other in the...
Oh, I was thinking there's tension.
How
do you resolve the tension?
Easy now.
You know how you do it, Slugger.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Horny.
Somebody complimented him on that drop, and it's just been going crazy.
It's the only thing we're going to hear. It's going to be like...
It was a good use there. It was a good use there.
And Kevin Stefanski's been fired by the Cleveland Browns. Pew, 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 pew.
Oh, he missed it.
Bit killer.
He missed
I'm going to set you up again, and if you don't do it,
last time
Bart Winkler, I'm going to scream at you. All right. Kevin Stefanski's been fired by the Cleveland Browns. I'm horny. And NBA great, insert name here, has passed away at the age of 90.
Oh.
I'm not going for that one.
Oh, you refuse?
What?
You know what? We want to clone Mac and get
somebody that can commit to the bit?
That'll commit to the bit. That's the
horny.
There we go.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yes,
wow. And somebody just died.
Yeah, for somebody dying?
It's a joke, Mac. We're not literally saying it.
Are you going to tweet it out like saying cancer's bad?
You know, you get one good line in, and then you spend the rest of the week degrading the success you had yesterday with the hairline joke.
I got 25 minutes. That's all I got left.
I was proven right, by the way, in tweeting that out.
You were, and I'm proud of you. What was the thesis again?
Didn't want to be proven right. No, not even doing it. Not even doing it.
I'm so proud of you that you thought about. You were like, he's setting a trap. That son of a. It's Friday at 6:40. What are we doing here? 216-474-0092. Would you clone your spouse? Now, it doesn't replace them. It just means there's 2 of your spouses in your houses. Would you do it? I think I would. What? Why are you giving me that look?
You made him like a mouse in a house type
thing.
No,
I went a little Dr. Seuss there. I was trying to make it a little more silly because, you get really sinister or really tawdry very quickly with a little clone the spouse kind of thing. Yeah. I kind of went, have some Senka. I kind of went Sebastian Maniscalco there.
Have some Senka.
Good Lord. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
These tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
You'll hear the latest from Browns practice as it happens. Basket and Phelps, weekdays at 10, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Connor Rogers at 420. Really good stuff on the quarterback class. He said there are 3 quarterbacks that he sees as being first-round picks this year, or at least in the conversation. You can find out who those were by listening back on the Odyssey app or certainly watching back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel at 420 today. Also want to say a big thanks to Aditi Kinkhabwala, who got us ready for the Jets and Browns game. She'll be on the sidelines for Jets and Browns this Sunday. Good stuff on DePodesta leaving. Good stuff on the overly positive tone coming from Berea. And great stuff with Daryl Ryder joining us at 6 o'clock earlier today. Talking about Myles Garrett's comments about the trade deadline from earlier today and so much more. But as we thank all of our guests, again, check back on the full show using the rewind function on the Odyssey app or watching us back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Before you go today on the 92.3, hit the like button. We like likes. We like to be liked. We love to be liked, some have said. I just like to be liked. I love Lamp.
Who likes to be hated? Nobody likes to be hated. Everyone likes to be liked.
There are people that like to be hated, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Like consistently hated?
Yeah, there are people. There's like.
Who are these people?
Okay, I'm not going to give you the workforce that they're a part of, but it's a public personality who I'm pretty sure was just shoved into trash cans as a kid and just decided, I'm going to be the most hateable person on the planet.
Huh.
And then he grew up and made that his career.
So we got one.
Oh, no, it's more than that.
More
but that's
than
just
one.
the first guy I thought of. I'll tell you the name off the air.
Okay.
But it's not somebody who works here.
I'm going to start guessing people now.
In Cleveland sports media.
What's funny is somebody did come to my mind. And it's probably not the person that you're thinking of, but the fact that somebody did come to my mind.
Can you text me? I'll text you.
Okay.
I'll show you yours.
All right, and
if
we'll
you
just
show me mine.
Sure. Okay. And then all right, and then we don't say this person on the air. Not because neither one of us know him, but it's because his fans are psychos.
Yeah, which could be problematic. All right, I'm gonna go here. All right, I'm texting right now.
I texted.
Guys. Oh yeah, that guy. That guy's one of those guys.
Oh yeah, not even your guy didn't even come close to my radar.
Yeah, I know. On the brain for another reason.
Turns out there's a lot of people like that, I guess.
Yeah. It's people who choose misery.
But I still think deep down, I think at the end of the day, when both the people we mentioned, when they go home, I don't think they're like, man, I love being hated today.
Oh, I think they do.
I think they go home and they think to themselves, this does stink.
No,
it stinks to be crapped on.
I don't know. I just there's so many people that choose to be miserable and choose to be and this is like a very it can be frustrating for me. And again, like we talk about the Browns a lot. It's hard to be cheery talking about the Browns a lot. It just is. Mm-hmm. And it's hard when you don't necessarily respect everybody, the way they do business over there. It's hard when I don't think they respect fans. And to me, don't respect me. I'm a media guy. Our relationship has to be adversarial from time to time because my job isn't to buy everything they sell, right?
Right. Or else you'd be a propagandist.
Yes. And there, by the way, plenty enough of those.
Enough of them out there. Yeah.
But my point is, I don't care if they like me or hate me. I don't. It makes no difference to me. But I don't like the way they treat their fans. So it can be hard to be positive. It can be hard on a day like today where it's like, man, you better win that game on Sunday. Mm-hmm. Like, I do understand that. But the amount of people that just choose to engage in miserable ways. And, like, I don't understand, like, the social media thing, man. Like, social media is a gas to me. I love making jokes like I did with the Sanchez thing earlier today. That's my only use for it. At least Twitter. Instagram and Facebook, I do it to document my life so my kids can have that once I'm gone. They can see what their dad went through and the things their dad did and because I don't have that with my dad. I have a couple pictures, love them all, but to me it's like a living testament, right?
Okay.
So like there are all things there, very important.
They're like, shoot, Dad died and I forgot his Facebook password.
Oh, no, you can still go there.
Okay.
I think my mom lost my dad's Facebook password. I can still go and look at the pictures.
Okay.
But But I just like the people that choose, not just choose, but are excited to choose to engage in misery. Man, the older I get, I don't get it. I really don't. And people who make their career festering that hate.
Yeah.
I don't get it, man. Like time is so precious. And I've always known what matters to me, but like, there's no amount of reaction that I can get on social media that is worth pulling my focus away from the things that are awesome in life. And life is scary. Like, I was thinking about this the other day. Yeah. Because I hear people talk about how hard the world is, and it is. But the world can be hard, and it can also be beautiful. And the world is what you think of it. The world is your perspective. So if you choose to seek misery and push misery out into the world, and that's what you're choosing, that's your perspective, of course the world's going to be harder. But if you choose to go, well, all right, I cannot control these other things that are pretty miserable, so I'm going to live in this moment and go for a walk, or I'm going to go outside and I'm going to go for a swim, or whatever you can do that's actually being alive. Like I tell my kids all the time, dudes, like social media isn't real. The apps they play, the games they play on like their tablets, crap's just not real. Like going for a walk, talking to friends, like these are real things. Sorry, am I too on my soapbox there?
A little bit, but that's okay. It was nice to hear.
Yeah.
Plus, we're almost done with the week. It's okay.
That's very passionate.
Yeah.
I just wish we all choose. Like can we just all delete social media?
I would sign up for it if that was the option. I would sign up for it. Yeah. We all collectively could. Sometimes I remind myself, it's like 80% of the world doesn't even use Twitter.
Yeah,
and it's such a tiny little amount of people anyway. It just doesn't really.
How much of that is just people that don't have the internet, though?
Well, that could be a decent amount.
I would like to know the amount of people
that could be a decent amount
that have the internet that don't also have Twitter.
I'm sure these stats are out there.
AI, baby.
Do you want me to AI it really quick and then find out the numbers for you? Because I'm sure we can.
Why the hell not?
I'm sure we can.
No.
You have to filibuster a little bit more for me.
Well. Let me tell you again why I know everything and no one knows a damn thing. But no, I was, my kids were fighting the other day when, oh my gosh, it was like 2 weekends ago. I took them for a walk and they were fighting, and finally Dad lost his patience.
Yeah.
And I was like, you guys are arguing about an app on a phone.
It says about active users are about 21 to 24%
of people with the internet
in America. Yeah, in America, like Americans exclusively, 21 to 24% actively use Twitter. And by active, they're not even meaning like tweeting or anything. They're just meaning like seeing and being on the app.
Real quick, before we get going, I do want to say to all the teams in the playoffs this weekend, we wish everybody good luck, especially, I live down in Wadsworth, especially to our friends at Wadsworth at Arkwright Stadium.
Who are they playing this week?
Toledo St. Francis.
Are they good?
Yeah, I mean, they're in the playoffs, but I think Wadsworth should win.
Wasn't Ignatius offered a chance to be in the playoffs? I thought they stunk.
They were.
Yeah, but a different round. Like once you get to where Wadsworth is, the bracket they play in, it's less politics. Like
what's the spread?
No offense to Iggy, but
yeah, okay.
They got in because John Marshall declined to go to the postseason.
What's our spread on this game?
Have not seen it. But I know Anthony Allant just sent me a very nice picture. I mean, I think he might be. Oh, he's watching the game there. That's good to see.
Oh, is he on the call?
No, he's not on the call, but he's covering it for his other duties.
That was a bad.
But again,
bad job by me to think that AI would just have a spread on this game.
Well, that's fair.
28-point margin of victory according to AI. How do they have this?
Because they're using quantum computing. But no, big thanks. Seriously, big thanks. Good luck to everybody playing in the playoffs this weekend. Everybody traveling to and from the games. Travel safely, guys. High school football got to really reconnect with it this year, and it was really, really fun. I can't wait to go again next year.
No joke. It says Wadsworth and Toledo St. Francis projected a 28-point margin of victory.
Now, who's winning? Better be Wadsworth. They're the favorite.
Yeah.
Should be. Home team.
Yeah, Toledo St. Francis has 4 losses. They're barely a team. Akron Beacon Journal predicted this one to go Wadsworth's way 42-14.
That would be like the closest game I think we've had in like 3 weeks.
I just got the spread from Anthony. It is 32 points in favor of Wadsworth.
There's going to be a lot of people pissed in this town if Wadsworth doesn't win. Meaning like win out. And there's a lot of
yeah. I mean, it's 32-point favorites.
Well, no, but you got Highland that I think you would have to play in a championship game. There's a couple other teams that are really, really good. Oh, Avon, I think, is who you'd play next week, I believe. But good luck in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all your listeners and whatnot. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks. He always is, folks. Big thanks again to Jake Murrin, holding down the YouTube channel and also producing for us today. Flume Dog Millionaire, Mackenzie Flume. We appreciate you as well. JP, strong week, buddy.
Had fun. Enjoy your weekend.
I will try.
Good.
You as well, buddy.
Yeah, I think I will.
See you guys. JP is going to see you on the Tailgate Show on Sunday. We'll see you back here Monday, 2 p.m. Go Browns.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports.